Well, good morning, everybody. I have to start with a health and safety very quick briefing, which is that the doors you came in are the exit if we have a fire or an earthquake. We meet at the Stale House, and if that was the case, otherwise toilet facilities, etc., out the same door. Otherwise, could you just make sure that your cell phones are off? And mention an apology for the time communication. We've been starting at 8:30 each morning, but this morning we were delighted to have a break of we started at 9, but you thought we were starting at 8:30. Apologies for that.
It's okay.
All right. So, Wayfair Group, in your hands.
Thank you. So I'll just check you've got everything. We circulated last night just an extract of the provisions that are the same changes as were in Mr. Farrell's evidence in chief. And just to give you a heads up, we have shaded out the ones that will be more of a focus for the Fish and Game presentation rather than today. But at the same time, if there are actually questions that you want to explore with us, by all means, try and test them, because we have, we're thinking about them all. So you've got that. There's a summary with updated data from Mr. Norris that he's not going to read. That was just for the record. And he'll just speak to the key points when it's his turn. And then there are my synopsis of legal submissions, which I'll start with.
Thank you.
And then just a couple of housekeeping points. Mr. Norris and Mr. Anderson both have other commitments mid-morning. So if for some reason there are more questions than I anticipate for me, and we start to encroach on what I think time you'll need with Mr. Anderson and Mr. Norris, I'd ask if we maybe put those questions to the end of our session so that we can have Mr. Anderson and Mr. Norris through. Mr. Norris is due at a board meeting at 10. Right, so into the legal subs. So thank you for the ability to present all at once. Having said that, if there are iterative points in the sessions that are scheduled after this, like hazards, for example, might be one of those live issues, or landscapes, we're not opposed to coming back if it's going to help the panel take a bit more of an iterative approach to those points. And as I said, the provisions that will be more of a focus when Fish and Game present. That also doesn't mean that some of the provisions we talk about today aren't relevant to the Fish and Game case as well. So in terms of the submitters, the who, both Mr. Norris and Mr. Anderson describe the nature and scale of the company's operations, and Mr. Anderson's going to speak to those key points. Mr. Norris has tabled the updated executive summary. But the key themes that we wish to address you on generally are the diversity and the importance of the tourism products provided. There's a big range: ski areas, transport services, including what we consider to be public transport, which I'll get onto, attractions such as TSS Earnslaw, and access to visitor destinations such as Walter Peak. We emphasise tourism's contribution to the social, cultural and economic wellbeing and health and safety of Otago's community and visitors. There's the theme of functional need for these activities to locate in specific places. The issue of natural hazards, climate change and resilience is a core issue for the submitters, as is opportunities for conservation, landscape and environmental restoration generally. In terms of the tourism industry more broadly and its place in the Otago community and economy, the RPS draft quite rightly notes its significant proportional contribution to the GDP at about a quarter of the region's total GDP, which when you compare it to the other significant industries that are presenting before you is comparatively large. And Mr. Norris and Mr. Anderson provide further data, including the Patterson report in respect of the ski industry specifically, that provide more insight into the contribution of tourism generally, ski tourism and the Queenstown Lakes District. And also note that that significant economic contribution comes with a relatively small physical footprint. So the next section of it titled The Submitters' Objectives and Justification, which is kind of like the why. Why are they here? What's their motivation? And one of the core ones is to ensure that we're calling it the well-being theme. So the social, cultural and economic benefits and the people's health and safety well-beings that come out of or are enabled by the tourism industry, particularly the parts of the tourism industry that get people into the outdoors. And in terms of these wellbeing themes, I've split them into two sub-themes of interest, and why they're therefore seeking the changes that they are seeking to the RPS. The first sub-theme is that the tourism industry makes a significant economic contribution, and that's part of why we're seeking certain changes to the provisions to ensure that where there is a consenting pathway, there's an appropriate recognition underlying the provisions of that significant contribution, particularly when you're considering what's appropriate. But secondly, and I think not many other submitters really touch on this point, is that the submitters' operations enable thousands of people every year to access the outdoors, whether they're paying to go to a visitor destination like Walter Peak or a ski area, or whether they're accessing the outdoors for private, non-commercial recreation via infrastructure that's provided by the submitters. Now that can be the private, most of the roads up to the ski areas are private roads. They're not actually legal roads. Well, not most, I think half and half, maybe 2 out of 3. Public transport services, the buses up to the ski areas, the buses down to Milford Sound, the TSS Earnslaw, they're not just a tourism activity. Anybody can get on one of those vehicles or vessels to get to a destination, to then go and do their own backcountry ski touring or biking through the Vaughan and out down the Mavora and so on. So it's not just about paying tourists going to pay to do an activity, it's also about access, pure and simple. And then there's also the safety services that is also provided by the submitters, such as avalanche control, contributions to search and rescue. When there's a slip on a road, they've got the tools to open that road up again. So all of these well-beings, both from economic through to health and safety, in my submission, fall squarely under the core part of Section 5. Then there are the obvious links to the various Section 6 matters about maintaining and enhancing access to and along water bodies, protection and preservation of those other natural values from inappropriate activities, and also the relevant matters under Section 7, in particular, maintaining and enhancing amenity values. So when considering how the RPS can best provide for the Section 5 wellbeings, along with its related treatment of Section 6 and 7 matters, from the submitter's point of view, a much more explicit acknowledgement of the health and safety related wellbeings arising from enabling access to the outdoors, both commercially and privately, is justified. And the key places where we seek changes to give effect to this submission point are in the SRMR and UFD chapters in particular. So I note we're going to break from the written subs, and I note that there's a couple of minutes about the ongoing work. So minute 7 is about the, I think, rewriting of the UFD chapter that's underway at the moment. So we'll be watching the outcome of that with interest. And some of our submission points are in respect of the UFD chapter in terms of on this point. But Mr. Farrell will also, address you in terms of his current position on it, and hopefully Ms. White will be listening in on that and taking that into account with her rewrite. And then there's also the minute 6 minute about caucusing in respect of SRMR, and the 2 sort of key paragraphs in that minute about what is to be caucused on. So obviously that caucusing isn't finished yet, and Mr. Farrell's involved with it. And I don't know if you wanted to address them on that when you talk, but we just wanted to be clear if the anticipation of the panels, the outcome of that caucusing is one outcome, because there were kind of 2 distinct points made in the minute, or if the panel was expecting 2 themes of outputs from that. So perhaps when, rather than me taking up time now to talk about that before Mr. Anderson and Mr. Paul, Mr. Anderson and Mr. Norris, we might get, when Mr. Farrell's on, I might join in on that conversation again. So I just wanted to flag that for you there. So next subheading is transport. And we watched with interest QLEC's presentation on aspects of that. We have a different view technically about whether or not the buses to the ski areas and the TSS Earnslaw are public transport. I think if you look at a pure interpretation of the definition in RPS, they are public transport, and QLDC takes a different view of that. So I guess as a backstop, you'll see that our submitters relief includes additional references to the term private passenger transport services in the appropriate places. So my paragraph 10, the reason for that, the submitters are part of the community and they see themselves as part of the solution to moving people around the region and giving them access to the rivers, lakes, mountains, and other wild and natural places of Otago. They're highly experienced in this regard, and they're well placed to provide this access in a way that is safer, mitigates congestion, and with less of an environmental footprint than if those accessing the outdoors were all in private vehicles. The submitters' transport services benefit the public generally in terms of consolidation and optionality. Note there again, the RMA does not distinguish between public and private transport, nor does the Land Transport Act, is my understanding. And given that the benefits and the positive effects are the same, regardless of whether it's private or owned by a tourism company, the submitters are still seeking more explicit recognition because it's all part of the same solution. It's addressing the same very bad transport issues that we have, particularly in the Queenstown district. Then moving on to infrastructure more broadly, aspects of the submitters' operations and services fall squarely within the definition of infrastructure. Their primary focus has been on the 4 major ski areas, as you'll be aware, but under the broad heading of infrastructure that they're concerned with, there's also infrastructure associated with transport services, both land and water-based, and visited destinations such as Walter Peak, which is essentially self-sufficient infrastructure-wise in many respects. As with infrastructure in the broader sense throughout the region, the infrastructure provided by the submitters is located in both rural and urban areas. It's an issue that's relevant throughout the region. For ski area infrastructure, along with water storage infrastructure and NZ Defence Force facilities, they've, as you'll be aware, been added to the definition of specified infrastructure in the NPS for freshwater management as of February. So now this obviously provides for that consenting pathway for works in the vicinity of wetlands, as long as the tests and the NES are met, which I've just set out there. But the reason I was just drawing this to your attention is that by adding ski area infrastructure to the NPSFM definition, it's an acknowledgement and contemplation that ski area infrastructure will be able to reach that threshold test of being providing national or regional benefits. And because of that, we are still seeking that in this RPS, that ski area infrastructure be defined and then that term be included in the list of regionally significant infrastructure. On conservation benefits, Mr. Norris for Real NZ in particular will detail the conservation benefits that have been made possible by the ongoing growth and viability of Real NZ and its predecessor companies. And the submitters highly value these benefits that they've been enabled to provide. It's submitted that the provisions should give more recognition and place more weight on the benefits of enhancing and restoring natural values, landscape values, and biodiversity values in order to provide more of an incentive and in order to ensure they are considered as relevant matters in regional and district plans and in consenting decisions. On landscape, you've seen this 97% a few times, I think, so far in this hearing, with an order of 90%, 97% of the Queenstown Lakes District being categorised as outstanding, and with significant parts of tourism offerings taking place within these outstanding natural landscapes and features. The submitters consider it important that any directive in respect of management of landscape acknowledge and provide for the fact that there are many activities that are appropriate in these landscapes. And such an approach is entirely consistent with Section 6B. Section 6B does not require there be no change to the character, attributes and values of outstanding landscapes and features. It's not an unqualified avoid adverse effects directive. The attention is on the appropriateness of activities, and it's submitted that significant resource areas should not be locked up by broad, objective and policy drafting. The potential unintended consequence on the ability to consent what should be an appropriate activity range from significant uncertainty and very high transaction costs through to consents being declined for clearly appropriate activities, such as ski area activities in flood protection works. We note that the Section 42A version of Appendix 9 has added recreational value to the associated attributes category of assessing landscapes, and this is supported. And following that logic through, it should be possible on the merits for additional development associated with important recreational values to be considered appropriate in ONL. And also, while classified as ONLs, much of the landscape in the Queenstown Lakes District in particular is in fact degraded and lower on the natural continuum, given the historic removal of Indigenous vegetation over time and introduction of exotic pasture and other introduced species, including wilding species. In the Queenstown Lakes District, there are many parts of the ONLs that have these degraded characteristics, and the assessment of what is appropriate or inappropriate should be undertaken in light of that also. Just touching briefly on historic heritage, noting that Section 6F, again, is not requiring an avoidance of adverse effects on historic heritage. It's not that directive. It's, again, protection of historic heritage from inappropriate activities as a matter to be recognised and provided for. And in a nutshell, our particular concern about the historic heritage provisions, which, and I understand you have already had the hearing part on, is where these references to the special or outstanding, and then the very directive protection in respect of those matters. And the submitter's concern in respect of that is, what is the threshold of special or outstanding? Like, what are we talking about? What is it that's going to be locked up under these very directive policies? So that's the gist of the concern on that historic heritage point. And then on natural hazards, the submitters are highly experienced in managing risk and responding quickly to natural hazard events. Natural hazard events are anticipated and planned for in their operations. And based on their extensive experience, the submitters are concerned that the RPS provisions take a too conservative approach that is also not properly informed by the community's tolerance for risk. The direction in Section 6H is to recognise and provide for the management of significant risks from natural hazards. The implementation of the pORPS in its current form through subsequent plans could sterilise land and the ability to undertake appropriate activities unnecessarily. So this final section of the legal subs groups the different changes to the different provisions under these subjects, if you like, to help you organise your thinking. So under that, the first topic I talked about, the social, economic, and cultural wellbeing and health and safety, arising from both the importance of the tourism industry and the benefits that it gives to people, enabling them to access the outdoors. The primary area where we've tried to address this in our relief is the SRMR chapter, coming out of one of the general points of relief. And so Mr. Farrell's evidence last year included examples of how to implement this theme, including a new SRMR issue that explicitly acknowledges the importance of access to, use and development in the outdoors, and various additional amendments throughout that chapter on this theme. We also sought and continue to seek a change to IMLSM 12. We support the change that came through in the February version and continue to seek further changes that promote not just legal road access, but also private easements and covenants and gross that enhance public access opportunities. And then there are 3 sets of changes sought in the original submission to the UFD chapter that specifically add reference to commercial recreation and facilitating access to the outdoors. So those are the set of changes under that wellbeing's theme, if you like, and the health benefits of accessing the outdoors. On the transport theme, we support the changes recommended to EIT Tran 07 and support the changes made so far to P19, but still seek this additional reference to private passenger support services out of the abundance of caution, given what I said about the definition of public transport. And as I said, those private transport services are just as much part of the solution as your standard, standard bus service to get kids to school. And also still seeking additional change to 3 to ensure that the connectivity theme is directed to key visitor destinations as well as the other matters that are currently listed in that policy. On infrastructure, as I said, arising from and almost because of the changes to the NPS freshwater management definition of specified infrastructure, we still consider it's justified to include a new definition for ski area infrastructure and to include it in the list of RSI. And then on the infrastructure policies, still continuing to seek changes proposed in the submission in Mr. Farrell's evidence, which we can leave the detail of that when we get to Mr. Farrell. The theme of conservation benefits throughout the RPS, that same thing comes up of giving an acknowledgement to the fact that it's good to incentivise activities whose operations are consistent with restoration of otherwise degraded natural values. On the landscape point, some of the points are important drafting points, and then the changes to NFL objective and policy and a method is to ensure that protections about natural landscapes would not unreasonably restrict appropriate activities throughout the majority of the Queenstown Lakes District, and that restoration theme comes through in the changes as well. There, even though it's not technically a landscape provision, I've put the Eco P5 provision under that heading because it's where it fitted neatly. And in Appendix 9, APP 9, seeking an amendment to ensure that there's meaningful community input into the identification of what values are actually important to the community, including use values of the landscapes. And as I said, also supporting that new addition of recreation values in that third set of attributes. In historic heritage, seeking a suite of changes to make sure the threshold for protection is not too low, if you like, locking up all of those heritage assets. And just to give that some context, there are heritage assets that Real NZ use in relation to the TSS Earns Law, not TSS Earns Law itself, but other aspects. So if you do have questions about that, why they're interested in that, Mr. Norris will be able to answer those. And finally, there's the suite of changes in respect of natural hazards. There's 2 key themes there that those suite of changes seek. And the primary one is ensuring that the community is meaningfully involved in identifying what level of risk is tolerable to the community based on that community being fully informed. So that's the introduction in a nutshell. If it suits you, shall we go on to Mr. Norris and then Mr. Anderson before we get into any questions you might have of me?
Well, I think time-wise you have to.
Yeah, thank you.
Right.
So hopefully they're on Zoom. Oh, yep, there's Mr. Norris.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning, Mr. Norris.
So
would you just like me to start on my submission now?
Indeed, if you would. Thank you.
Okay. My full name is Paul Gerard Norris. I'm the Real NZ Chief Conservation Officer, and I've worked for 30 years in the tourism industry. Consequently, I have a lot of experience and knowledge of the New Zealand tourism industry. In the New Year's Honours in 2021, I was privileged to receive a New Zealand Order of Merit for my services to the tourism and conservation areas of our country, which I was very proud of. So I'm here principally to talk to about Real NZ and why we obviously have a very vested interest in the outcome of this process. And I have a summary which I'll read out. Real NZ's principal interest is to ensure that the pORPS adequately recognises and provides for the benefit of tourism, transport, and access to the southern South Island's remarkable outdoor environment. Tourism remains a vital contributor to New Zealand's economic and social well-being, generating wealth and supporting jobs in communities around the country, and in particular, apart from over 20 and 21 years, Queenstown Lake District GDP growth has outperformed New Zealand as a whole. The return of international tourism has driven a sharp increase in Queenstown Lakes District GDP heading into summer. Total tourism expenditure in Queenstown Lake District increased by 36.2% for the year ending December 22 compared to a year earlier. This compares with an increase of 18.9% for the rest of New Zealand. I can supply in my summary of evidence, which includes updated information regarding the recovery of the tourism industry this current summer season. The return in tourists is again leading to significant land transport issues in Queenstown, which is adversely affecting the area. The traffic congestion experienced when travelling in and out of the Queenstown town centre often creates a very frustrating and torturous experience for both residents and visitors to the region. The constrained access to central Queenstown is a significant issue for many tourism operators in Queenstown, as numerous operators, businesses and retail outlets are based in downtown Queenstown. If visitors really cannot access downtown Queenstown, all businesses in the region will suffer because of that. Real NZ does offer solutions to these issues through the provision of public ferry services on Lake Whakatipu, shuttle bus services and coach tours to and from our attractions. These private transport services need to be recognised by ORC and provided for in the planning framework. And I might just add at this point, obviously many tourism companies in the region provide services to get their guests to their attractions in the region. It's an important part of the Queenstown tourism infrastructure. If the public transport and traffic congestion matters and many others like it are not addressed, the desirability of Queenstown and the lower South Island as a tourism destination will be forever compromised, killing the golden goose that the district relies on for its economic well-being. Real NZ has interests in 2,100 hectares of land in the Queenstown Lake District, most of which are in remote and predominantly not connected to the national grid, fibre or town water supplies and wastewater treatment facilities. Therefore, we see self-sufficient and maintain off-grid power and water supply and wastewater treatment facilities for around 5,000 people per day in some of these sites. And I'm predominantly talking about areas like Cadrona Ski Resort, the land that we have at Walter Peak on the other side of Lake Whakatipu, where the TSS Earnslaw sails to, as a couple of examples. Therefore, we require the ORC planning framework to provide for such moderate scale infrastructure not associated with network utility operators, urban development or settlements. To address climate change, our business needs to be more sustainable. Hence, we are working towards using more renewable energy sources to operate our businesses, including the transport aspects of our business. Thus, we will be looking towards the ORC to enable the development and implementation of wind, solar, hydroelectric, power generation, plus the provision of electric vehicle charging facilities, hydrogen production, and storage facilities. I think in the years and decades ahead, that sort of infrastructure is going to be extremely important for our region. And I think it will be one of the main drivers for tourists to visit our region. And not only they'll actually expect that level of service. And I think it's important that any planning processes that the councils are putting in place has a very good lens over that and ensuring that it's enabled and allowed for in future planning for the region. As indicated in my role of Chief Conservation Officer for EIT, a socially minded business giving back to our community, including through it growing numbers of environmental and conservation initiatives. These initiatives will be possible if the pORPS adequately recognises and provides for the growing industry and its protection. So we like to align our business with conservation and sustainability measures, and clearly having a framework that we can enable and be more proactive in those areas will not only help our business, but the whole region and the visitors that come into the region. And also, I think for a lot of the regions that people come and live and work in the local Central Otago and Queenstown region. So I think if these things all align, the whole region gets a lot of benefit from how we shape our region as a place and destination for people to live and tourists to visit. Thanks for taking the time and allow me to read this submission, and I'm very welcome and open to getting any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Norris, and there will be, I'm sure, some questions. So we'll start with Commissioner Sullivan. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Norris. You talked about ferry services on Lake Wakatipu, and I presume by that you're meaning the TSS earnings law. From looking at your evidence, I'm just wondering from that, and I'm aware that it does provide a pretty key role getting bikes across to carry on various tours and things like that. But what portion is sort of just sightseeing day trippers or half day trippers versus sort of ferry passengers?
Sure. So in the current environment, obviously without being completely accurate around statistics, that obviously the bulk of people that use the TSS service law currently is around, I guess, visiting Walter Peak as a destination for a tourism activity, sort of wellbeing leisure activity. But we have noticed over the last, I'll say over the last 5 years, because I put in context the COVID years, which has obviously been a major change in visitor behaviours, etc., into the region. But there's no doubt, as an example, this past 6 months, the cycling in the region and people that are using the TSS earnings law as a way to access the Round the Mountain cycle trail, I would be conservatively saying it's 3 times ahead of what it was over the last couple of years, and certainly before COVID. And a lot of our thinking and planning as a business is allowing for people using the earnings law as a vessel to access the cycle trails on the other side of the lake. And so that is certainly a growing part of our business, and I think it will only grow in this region. It's one of the regions people come to, the Queenstown region.
And I'm just wondering, it's interesting to read that your bus service going up to the ski fields, dropped off over COVID, and you're talking about locals sort of being stuck in their cars, I suppose, and taking their vehicles up, even if it's rental vehicles versus jumping on bus. What are you doing to try and get more people on buses up the mountains, or is that something that are you, or I mean, is it mostly, do you think, cost that's stopping people using those bus services, or is it just our kind of addiction to our cars?
Yeah, look, it's a good question. I think for all the ski areas in the region, encouraging people to use coach transportation to get up onto the mountains is a very good way, a good thing to do for a lot of regions. Number one, it takes a lot of vehicles off the road and the access roads from like downtown Queenstown or Wanaka, accessing the ski fields. It provides a probably more safer environment for people to access the ski fields. It's fair to say all the skiers industry are putting on more and more coach services. And obviously, clearly, car parking at the top of the mountains has a limit on it. We, as an example, from the bottom of the ski field access road, we have a large car park at the bottom of the mountain, and we provide access up onto Cadrona with a series of shuttle buses, as well as obviously having services from Wanaka and Queenstown connecting with the mountains. And, I guess the more vehicles that you can get off the roads and into the coaches, from my personal point of view, is certainly a lot better experience for the guests. And also it provides a lot of good benefits for the region just by having less vehicles travelling on those roads, accessing the ski fields and the public highway systems that support getting to the ski field access roads.
Okay, no, thanks for that.
Commissioner Hewitt.
Thank you, Mr. Norris. Good to see you again, even though you're on a screen. I found your evidence really interesting, but I guess the the key nub for you folk is that you actually operate in areas and go to areas that have high significance. That's the reason you actually exist, I guess. So your submission is around really recognition of being able to do that, I guess. In that context, and I guess the ski field issue around ecology, etc., we've had a number of submissions raising concern with how that's framed in terms of the ability to get at probably a better outcome for ecology, habitats, etc. I know you've done a bit of work in that area, got a bit of experience in things like predator control, etc. I just wonder really if you could share some of that with the panel, because it's of interest to, we haven't got to the eco chapter yet, but those issues have been raised, and I know you have a bit of experience in that.
Yeah, sure, Commissioner. So another role I have is I'm heavily involved in an organisation example called Predator Free Rakiura, which is an aspirational goal for making all of Rakiura predator free. And I'm also involved in a number of other local initiatives, not only associated with my company, but just in the regions that I live in. And I think that ability of engaging people in I suppose conservation work through in some senses is around removing predators, protecting areas is exceptionally good for people and their well-being, and they're sort of almost giving back to the regions that they live and share in. It's done on a lot of fronts for a lot of good reasons, and it's not I don't know how to say this, but it's people get a lot of enjoyment and feel good about themselves, the region, and what they're contributing by doing these things in a positive way to protect the environments. A little bit to their backyard where they live and work, where they maybe their businesses, maybe they share their recreational times. And I think the ability for processes like this to almost enable more of that activity to happen creates positive outcomes for individuals, for organisations, and for the whole region. And a lot of those things make the region even more attractive for people to come and visit, see, and sometimes take part in these activities. It's certainly it's a good thing on so many fronts. I don't know how to say this, but it's if you get involved, you'll know what I mean. And I have the pleasure of sort of doing a lot of this work on a fairly regular basis. Waffly answer, Commissioner, but I hope that helps.
Yeah, because I noticed in your evidence, and it was either in dusty or doubtful, the island there that you are in. I guess how is that progressing?
Yeah, it's progressing well. We're hopefully later this year there'll be some good news come out on that project. But yeah, it's in the context of, if you think of New Zealand being predator free 2050, in this circumstance, Rakiura being the third largest island in the country, if we can demonstrate through that project that it is truly achievable on an island like that, then suddenly getting people thinking about the South Island, the North Island, it opens people's eyes to that it's not just can it happen. Well, we don't think it can happen. We can actually demonstrate it can, and that's one of the key things in that project. So hence a lot of the things that even our organisation is doing away from that is about just, I guess, building that groundswell of people getting involved in these areas and sort of opening their eyes to the benefits that it can see, not only for the area, but actually for our whole country. And there is a lot, we certainly, in this circumstance, we work closely with Environment South and Southern District Council, which I appreciate the council are involved in here, but also know, like over in Otago with the Dunedin Predator Free project, there's some good engagement with councils to make these processes work. And I'm going to keep going back to it, they should be allowed for in plans going forward, because I think it's what citizens of the regions actually want to occur.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for that. And I think Baker Galloway also mentioned the heritage resources, probably the more the built stuff that you interact with.
Yes.
A little bit of a flavour of that and what the issues are there for you guys.
Sorry, could I just get you to speak there on, Commissioner? I didn't quite catch that.
I was just wondering if you could just give a bit of an idea of what heritage resources you interact with and what the issues there are for you in terms of your operational constraints.
Sure. So I guess the main heritage resources for our company point of view is the TSS Inslaw operating on Lake Whakatipu. And I guess one of the key things is, from a transportation point of view, is people getting access into downtown Queenstown to join those services to cross the lake. That's whether they're going on a one of our tourism activities, a Wild Peak, or whether it's 4 or 5 cyclists coming down to use the vessel as an access across the Wild Peak, and the ability of, I guess, smooth as we can, town planning and transportation flows to the connecting points, being whether it be the TSS Earnshaw or, for example, the water taxis accessing around the lake. It's just all part of moving people in a timely and efficient manner. And if those things are allowed for it, well, we all win.
Yeah, you mentioned smooth planning processes. I'm not sure if I've ever come across one of those, but thank you, Paul.
Yeah, he's keeps me employed.
Sort of, Paul, hearings like this often is where you find industries coming together, people within the same industry coming together, banding together. That there's a common purpose, I guess, in all of these. For example, we've had electricity generators and transmitters come together, they band together because they have a common purpose for doing that. And my expectation would be in the tourism business is much the same. That you sort of have a similar kind of product, and you want to make sure that everything that you do is going to be right for everybody else. And on that note, I was kind of looking to see some jewels, I suppose, of Te Ao Māori coming through with ngā kaitahu and that sort of thing. They're not, as I understand, they're not necessarily in the ski business, but they're in a tourism business, right? So there's got to be things that are good for everybody in the tourism business. And it's partly the question that Commissioner Kubert was on about, I think, earlier on about sort of how do you address a whole host of things. And I'm interested, I suppose, in and it may not be the right place to ask the question, but the question's on my mind anyway, as to how the tourism infrastructure caters for Te Ao Māori in a broader sense. I mean, are you able to talk on that? Do you have any views on that?
Yeah, certainly, Commissioner Alec. I think Te Ao Māori, this telling the stories of the region, I think you'll find for most tourism businesses is very much forefront in their minds, and as that when they're hosting guests, when they're sharing the region that they or the area that they're operating within, being able to tell stories about the early Māori to the area, what their aspirations, what their goals were, and what they were using the area for, whether it was on trails to the west coast at Pounamu, etc., is part of sort of enriching the experience for the people. Equally, as I know, that making sure that there's a good level of engagement with local iwi, the local rūnaka, to make sure that the stories that are being told are the true stories and almost endorsed stories is such an important part of that process. And I guess as a business, and myself personally, I work quite closely in that area to make sure that those things are happening, and so that anything we're doing is, I guess, is endorsed, but equally is, so we're proud about what we're doing, and we're doing it in collaboration with the local rūnanga and for the region, but also that we're just very conscious that we just have the privilege of accessing this land for a very short period of our time, and there's generations to come, that we need to make sure that the land, the area, is left in such a state that it's in a better state as we move forward, and hence that's why a lot of these conversations going on now around climate change, alternate fuel sources, are the right conversations to have, because that's what will leave the environment in a better state for the generations to come, and through these processes, ensuring that those things happen, and very much at the forefront of all our minds should be the local Relanga, the local people from the area, and what they see and their aspirations are. It needs to be hand in hand.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head, because that's the sort of thing that Ngata have been talking about right across the field, and everything that they say that, you know, at the end of the day, it's what you leave your grandchildren. And if you can leave them with something better than what you got, you've done your job. So I'm pleased to hear that. One of the things you mentioned earlier on that I hadn't appreciated was, I guess, some of the support infrastructure around tourism. You mentioned electric car charging stations.
Yes.
Something you'd like to see come out of the RPS exercise here, which led me to think how much, I mean, your particular business is about transporting people, right? Your company.
Yeah, absolutely, Commissioner. I mean, for one level, we move people every day, whether it be on vessels or on coaches, and there are primary, I suppose, transportation regions that reasons that we use to collect people to access places like Milford Sound, Doubtful Sound, Rakiura from a vessel point of view, Lake Whakatupu to access Wilder Peak. So using and we're involved in a lot of conversations with about over time converting our fleet to alternate fuel sources that work in this space, and I guess that's hence why when we spend a lot of time talking to councils and the different areas that we work in, we need to make sure that we're all thinking like this, because to get the region set up right, for just adds so many benefits from the local residents' point of view, from the visitors' reason they'll make conscious choices to come here because of things like they can use EV vehicles, they can travel on a vessel that might be fueled by hydrogen as opposed to diesel, things like this. And it's a real, as you can probably imagine, Commissioner, moment, the chicken and egg thing. We definitely want to convert, but we need other businesses to provide the fuel sources. Like in a simplistic world, we're not a petrol station, we're a tourism operator. So we need someone to have land-based hydrogen facilities that we want to convert to hydrogen coaches, as an example. We'll certainly purchase the hydrogen as an example, but we're not going to be the company that owns and builds hydrogen facilities. We need other central government, local government, private business to do that, but we're very happy to sign up to be a customer. So it will happen. I think any of us would be naive to think that it's not going to happen. It's just we need to work together if we're going to push it forward and bring it forward in a timely manner instead of procrastination. And also over time, things do get cheaper in this area as more and more is developed. And and I still think there's a couple of years before the price model comes right, but if we're all in the right conversations then at the right time, and the council and the different regulatory authorities allow for these activities to happen, then we're going to get a better outcome for our region.
Yeah, but when I heard you say that, I was thinking nationwide. I mean, electrification, whatever the word is, electric vehicles, and in the tourism business, there's got to be quite a pivotal part of the business. And my question was going to lead on to asking, for example, the extent to which it's being developed and how quickly it's developing, and against the backdrop of a review of an RPS like this one, what are the key points that the system needs to be alerted to?
Yeah, if I got that question right, if you mentioned like this, if you went to Queenstown Airport today, there's probably, I'll guess, 3,000 or 4,000 rental cars there ready to for people to pick up, hopping off planes into the area over, say, next week. I can see in 5 or 10 years' time, probably at least 75% of those rental cars will probably be EV vehicles. But as soon as you say that, you've got to have the infrastructure around the region so that people can charge their cars, and obviously rightfully be able to sort of not be too stressed in thinking about where am I going to get to my next charger to plan my next day's destination and things like that. It just needs to get to a stage that you don't even think about it. I'll say they're on every street corner, but you know what I mean. you know that there'll be charges everywhere. So you just hire an electric car, you travel like this, and that's the way it needs to go, and will go, I'm quite sure. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yeah, yeah. Thanks very much.
Mr. Norris, I've just got a few basic questions to start with before taking you to one particular concerning aspect in your evidence. But what on earth are bento boxes that you refer to in paragraph 75?
Can you just point me to those?
So your paragraph 75C, you talk about reusable, washable bento boxes.
Sorry, can you just show me that paragraph again?
Paragraph 75, little c, second line.
Is that in the November 22?
Yes. Yeah.
Sorry.
I'll read it out to you.
Sure.
I'll read it out to you, Mr. Norris. Waste recycling. So these are sustainability initiatives is the heading. Waste recycling, e.g. use of waste oil to heat our Te workshop, use of biodegradable picnic boxes, reusable, washable bento boxes.
Yeah.
Sure. And, sorry, I'm exactly with you now. An bento box is a box that and a bento is a almost, for Japanese people, it's their lunch box that they use. They're quite a rigid structure, the way that, because it's just different parts of the meal are put into the different part of the box, and so that's an bento box. A reusable bento box is one that can be sort of washed, used, and recycled, as opposed to a one-use throwaway.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. The reference to in that same paragraph to use of waste oil to heat our Te workshop, is that what sort of level of usage? What sort of area are we talking about for your workshop?
Yeah, so simplistically, so all our waste oil across our vessels, across the whole region actually, we bring it all back to our Te engineering workshop where we burn it, and we use it to actually heat the flooring in our workshop. And as you can imagine, like particularly in the winter months, when you're doing maintenance on vessels in an environment that's a little bit warmer, you get better productivity for the staff working there. But also, if, for example, you're doing activities like painting and things like that, you're painting in a warm environment as opposed to a cold environment in like June, July, August, which is where we do the most of our maintenance. So it's a way of dealing with our wastewater and our waste oil in an environmental effective way, but also we get the ability of in our engineering division of providing a work environment that's better for doing maintenance in, and also better for the staff that work in that environment.
Okay. You mentioned it, paragraph 33, that you made reference to the fact that you were developing an alternative power generation at Walter Peak, such as micro hydroelectric power generation. And I was interested to know how far that may or may not have progressed.
It's in our master plan for Walter Peak. So no, it's not from a point of view that we haven't sort of, I guess, started developing anything in a real sense, but certainly in our 10-year plan for that location, we're making allowance for alternate fuel providers in there, because it is literally Walter Peak Commissioner, like an environment that is off the grid, and so we produce our own. We've got our own salvage treatment, we've got our own water, we've got our own sort of power supplies over there. So it is truly a independent village for not only the guests that visit there, but also the staff that reside on site. And we're looking on a number of fronts to convert to new style energies as part of our development for the future.
Right. Now, I mentioned to you that there was one slightly concerning aspect here, and so I was just trying to compare, and if you haven't got the November evidence in front of you, this is going to be difficult to deal with. Or you have? You have got that?
Yes, I've got it in front of me now.
Oh, good. Okay. What drew my attention was the spike in the graph at paragraph 48. But what also, so if you could turn to that.
So I've got paragraph 48 in front of me now, Commissioner.
Okay. Yeah, and you'll see the graph below it with a significant spike as at 2019, which didn't appear on the graph. It didn't appear to appear on the graph at paragraph 46. So that's what drew my attention. But what particularly drew my attention was the statement that in paragraph 48 that in September 2022 there were 151 million international visitors, and I take it that the graph at 48 just has an incorrect statement on the left-hand side, and that the factor should be number of visitors and should be thousands, I would assume, rather than millions.
Yeah, I just have to. I'm just wondering, it should be 15.1, Commissioner. Yeah. To New Zealand. Yeah. So in relation to 46, so the question in relation to 46 was, I'm just reading.
Just the absence of this very significant spike in the 2019 period that appears in the graph in 48.
Yeah. If you're okay, Commissioner, could I suggest that I responded with a summary of what your question is in writing to you, so you've got that as further evidence.
That'd be excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. That's probably the best way.
It's better for the record.
Yeah.
Thank you. So the final question is just a matter of personal interest, really, and I listened to your response to Mr. Cubitt about Rakiura, and having spent a couple of weeks on 2 occasions in midwinter in the 1990s down there, I was personally a bit horrified at the number of camping at Port Adventure and at the Lord's River. I was horrified at the number of cats that were there. Is your pest control program dealing with that?
You'll be pleased to know, Commissioner, that feral cats, we've got 6 species that we're targeting, and I've got feral cats #1 on my list. It's I 100% agree. They're a big issue down there, and they need to be dealt with.
Yeah. No. Look, thank you very much, and your evidence was very interesting, Mr. Norris, and it's in a philosophical sense. It's also interesting in that I suppose, without being too pejorative, you have a very different sort of positive view on how we're to cope with the electricity generation problems that we're facing, trying to achieve net carbon zero. We're hearing submissions from people like Wise Response and Terrace who have a different view. So it's always interesting to have 2 different sides of the coin. And thank you very much for the effort you put in. Thank you.
If it's okay, Mr. Chair, before Mr. Norris goes, there were just a couple of points I wanted to follow up on. Mr. Norris, Commissioner Sullivan asked you about the ferry services that the company provides. I wonder if it's also worth just outlining the actual water taxi ferry service that's separate to TSSN's to get the full picture.
Yeah, sure. So on Lake Whakatipu, we also operate a water taxi service around the lake, and primarily within the Frampton Arm and the Queenstown region. And obviously we see the water taxis as a significant way of getting vehicles off road and onto the water as a way to access downtown Queenstown, out to places like the Hilton, and then probably out to the airport, things like that. And I think the ability to grow on water, in effect, taxis or water ferries, as a way to reduce cars on the road and access into downtown Queenstown, again, would only have benefits for the region. With that, though, means to make sure that there's like public transportation to meet the water ferries where they land, to move people on to their next locations. But that whole water and land public transport services, whether it be for a resident or international tourist visiting the region, again, would only have benefits to reduce congestion on the roadways.
Thank you. And then
just while you're on that, I mean, what's been the local uptake on things like water taxis? I mean, do people use them? You mentioned the different local people as against visitors.
Yes, look, they're very popular, and at the moment they're even more popular because public transport has obviously been subsidised by the government. So there's more and more people choosing to use the water taxi services as a means to get into downtown Queenstown for their jobs and things like that. So they're good, but the but it also demonstrates that if you get the water taxi services right and the times operate, on a frequent basis, not like once every 4 hours, people will use services like that. And it is far more quicker to get to certain locations around the Queenstown Bay and Frankton area than the roadway if it is truly working correctly. And it's certainly, well, in my personal view, it's got a lot of benefits. If you looked further out, as like say the township of Kingston's being developed, places like around Jacks Point, Henley Farms, where there's significant residential populations being developed. Again, if there was good water taxi services to provide transportation for those people to get to their places of work, it's only going to get a whole lot more vehicles off the road, and so it should be seen as part of the overall picture in developing transport in the Queenstown area.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then Commissioner Cubitt asked you about the historic heritage resources that the company uses. The other aspect is the Kelvin Peninsula slipway in the interim engine. I just wonder if you can outline that, which is a fixed to land structural part of the infrastructure the community, the company depends on.
Sure. So out at in the Frankton Arm, we have our slipway, which is how we retrieve the TSS Ensor from the water to put it out of the water for our annual maintenance. And that's a significant piece of it's actually older than the Ensor, believe it or not. The slipway the boiler that we use for firing up to pull the Ensor out of the water. And so that for our company is a significant piece of infrastructure, because that truly is the only way that we can take the Ensor out of the water for doing its annual maintenance, which we typically do in the month of June, and then and obviously put it back through. So but it is also part of the history of the region. And so having that, it's on a public cycle walking trail area around the side of the lake there. So again, it's got benefits for the public just from a interest point of view, but then also for our business, it's a key piece of infrastructure.
And how's that boiler fueled?
Coal at the moment, but maybe not in a few years' time.
Thank you, Mr. Norris. So if there's no further questions, our next witness is Mr. Anderson, who's also on Zoom.
Thanks, Christian.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Anderson.
Kia ora, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Anderson. If you're ready to go, we're ready to listen. Thank you.
Thank you, Morena, Commissioners. Thanks for the opportunity to address the panel today. I just wanted to cover a few high-level points and then leave as much time as possible for you to ask questions of my evidence. So I'll just start by saying it's well known that skiing, snowboarding and other winter sports are central to the economy of the Southern Lakes region, as well as being highly popular recreational pursuits for our communities. By way of interest, Southern Lakes residents' propensity to ski or snowboard is around 18 times the national average, just illustrating the importance of that activity to our community. This dual role as a community recreation asset and a tourism attraction has enabled 4 major ski areas to become well established and thrive in this region. The ski industry's investment in snowmaking infrastructure around 2 decades ago transformed Queenstown and Wanaka into all year round destinations and accelerated investment in adjacent sectors such as accommodation, hospitality and transport. And even through the pandemic, the support of the local communities enabled the ski areas to remain in operation. And the return of Australian visitors in 2022 saw record visitation of more than 1 million skier visits to the 4 Southern Lakes ski areas. During peak days, the infrastructure on the region's ski resorts can be used by up to 20,000 people at one time, meaning that ski resort operators like NZ Ski and Real NZ must ensure that our built infrastructure can safely host this volume of people for up to 13 hours at a time. As well as the more obvious industry-specific infrastructure like ski lifts and snowmaking, other network infrastructure such as water, wastewater, electrical, data, and roading are built to a municipal scale. And our infrastructure is really akin to providing safety services to 5,000 to 7,000 people on the side of a mountain. Apart from the positive impact on GDP and employment that the ski industry provides to the region, the report we provided from Benji Patterson shows that the average usage of the region's ski areas exceeds other regionally significant infrastructure, such as the Queenstown and Dunedin airports, Milford and Port Otago cruise terminals, and many parts of the state highway network. Further, due to the scale and relative isolation, some ski area buildings, such as the Remarkables base buildings, are specified by the local authority as civil defence emergency centres. The regional and national benefits provided by ski resorts rely on the ability of people and the two major operators, NZ Ski Limited and Real NZ, to continue to be able to access and use natural resources, plus continue to operate, upgrade and expand the physical infrastructure associated with these ski areas. That is, the infrastructure required to transport people and utility services to and within each ski area. There's no evidence of the 4 ski areas having any negative impact on the district, region, or New Zealand's natural capital. On the contrary, ski fields contribute benefits to New Zealand's natural capital through attracting reinvestment and through the work we do in conservation initiatives, as well as the well-being of our local communities. This level of usage and impact is why we have suggested that ski area infrastructure be included within the definition of regionally significant infrastructure in the regional policy statement. This will ensure there's a consenting pathway for works to be considered on their merits where adverse effects on the environment may be unavoidable. Thank you, and very happy to take questions.
Thank you. We'll start with Commissioner Sullivan. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Anderson. I suppose the main focus of your evidence is on consideration of ski areas as regionally significant infrastructure. But I'm just interested in, I presume that the ski fields are included as outstanding natural landscapes?
Yeah, in fact, I think around 97% of our landscape is outstanding natural landscape. But yes, we're privileged to operate in those areas. Yeah.
So how does that work in the district plans? I presume you've got your own zoning and you've got your own set of provisions that apply. Is that how it works? I'm just wondering how the ONL status affects, and I can ask Mr. Farrell as well, but I'm just curious to know how that restricts operations.
So we have there is a specific provision in the district plan that designates ski areas as ski area subzones. Mr. Farrell will be able to help me out here with what that permits in terms of resource consents.
Ask you later, or whatever suits.
You'll know now.
Yeah.
So in short order, through the proposed district plan in Queenstown, it's what's referred to as a legacy zone. It's come from the earlier planning documents. And the number of the rules is that all infrastructure actually is a controlled activity. So obtaining consent is a certainty. There's been some scrutiny over the rules in the district plan review process, and there are now consenting risks around some earthworks, particularly around water bodies. A lot of the earthworks is permitted. A consenting requirement across the board in all alpine environments in Queensland, including the ski area subzones, is vegetation clearance. So vegetation clearance is not permitted, and there are SNAs within and throughout the ski area subzones. And just briefly, one issue that's come up in the PDP process with Queenstown Lakes is transport infrastructure to get to the ski area subzones, particularly when dealing with outstanding natural landscapes, and passenger lift systems. So there was some particular attention at the RPS provisions around ONLs and how constructing infrastructure, i.e. a gondola from, say, Cadrona village down the bottom up to the ski area subzone, and dealing with the planning intricacies of a policy directive to avoid adverse effects effectively on ONLs to get people to an area where infrastructure is enabled. And currently that's certainly not permitted or controlled.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think the other questions I've got probably relate, yeah, I think they relate to you, Ms. Ferris. So yeah, no, thank you, Ms. Jameson, that's helpful.
Mr. Cubitt.
Thank you. I might just dovetail into that, given you've raised the current regulatory approach, because I'm interested in the tenure of this land. I'm assuming it's dock estate, so there'd be a concession process around it.
Yes, that's correct.
So, but because you're doing it, you don't have the benefit of docks exemptions, I guess, so you are bound by the district plan and the regulatory planning framework.
Yeah, that's right. So the dock concession process is almost dock as the landowner, and it depends on the status of the dock land. So, for example, the Remarkables operates in a recreation reserve, as does Coronet Peak. There are other pieces of land that may not yet be classified, such as the Doolins, which we don't have permission to operate on yet, but that's currently stewardship land. Cadrona ski area, which is not one of NZ Skis, but one of Real NZ's, is actually private land. So they're not as subject to the Conservation Act, but more the district plan. There are areas of conservation that they will be concerned with also.
Yeah, I guess the reason my question is wondering whether it's an easier process because you have dock involved who might be comfortable with that sort of stuff on their land. But I was interested in Mr. Patterson's section about future development considerations, and you've given some examples there around the lifespan of ski field, ski lifts, etc. Putting all that stuff in the context of climate change and possibly the need for you to go higher in a mountain, did you have any comments around that sort of process or the likelihood of that? And I guess that sort of relates to actually not existing ski fields. You may actually have to open up new areas higher up at some stage. And when have you got projections around that at all?
Yes, Commissioner, we so that is obviously top of mind for us as a strategic consideration. Coronet Peak is quite a low level ski area, starting at just over 1,200 meters above sea level and going up to around 1,600. A couple of decades ago, we made a substantial investment in snowmaking there, which has substantially increased the season and de-risked the operation of that ski area. Further development, we would look over to Remarkables, as you correctly point out. It's a higher elevation, so it starts at 1,600 meters and rises to just below 2,000. The next thing that we have started to talk about, and we've been very open about our aspirations to extend the Remarkables ski area to the next basin, which is the Doolins. It's actually outside, it's in Central Otago District Council's land. The ridge between the current Rastersburn and the Doolins Basin forms that boundary. But yeah, look, climate change is obviously top of mind for the ski industry. We're very active in advocacy work against climate change. I think for us, it's not a matter of if, not a matter of when, if it is when we go to carbon zero. So we're very much wanting to be leaders in that area.
Yeah, I guess that, and I'm not sure what's involved in snowmaking, but I imagine it's pretty resource intense. So the higher you can go to avoid having to do that is probably a benefit in terms of climate change as well, almost. Because
Yeah,
it'd be
correct.
quite energy intensive, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, we're fortunate to be able to rely on carbon neutral energy sources. It's largely electricity based, but it uses substantial water. The beauty of it is it returns that water to its natural catchment, and we've also got systems in place to recycle large amounts of water through reservoir systems.
Yeah. Okay. And the only other question was, understand the request to get I'm not sure, ski field infrastructure is listed as an RSI, but you also talk about, and it's quite common now, your all-round activities that you want to promote on these things. Do they require additional works that would probably fall outside ski field infrastructure, or can, for example, downhill mountain biking, etc., just operate within your ski field infrastructure setup? The question being, if you want to do that other stuff, is it going to fall under that definition and you don't have to go through a consent process, I guess, because it's not regionally significant?
Yeah, there may be some summer assets that would need a separate process, but the large bulk of the assets that are required for winter activities are already included within our ski areas. So ski lifts, snowmaking, those network infrastructure that I spoke of. Summer activities at the moment focused around, for us, on Coronet Peak. Cadrona also has mountain biking. There's some processes we go through with DOC to within their regional statements to make sure we can add to the mountain biking network in the region.
Yeah. Okay. So at this stage, there's been no district council consents required for that.
I don't believe so.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I think Ben can probably help me later with what might happen under this framework in those circumstances. But thank you for that.
Thank you.
I just have one question, but with three parts to it. How do you define skier days? What are skier days?
So skier days are individual visits to the ski area. So by way of example, we may have a season pass holder who is one individual, but they might ski 10 days in the season, or a visitor who comes to town and purchases 3 individual day passes. They would be 3 skier days.
Okay. Right. And then you refer to days off the mountain. And your paragraph, what is it? 13C. 911,000 days off the mountain. And then it relates to the third part of my question, and there's the word spillover. I kind of thought of days off the mountain and spillover being almost the same, but is there a difference? Well, it seems like there's a difference.
Yeah, Commissioner, I think there is a slight difference there. I guess it's economic terminology. What Benji is referring to there is the comparison between the number of days a visitor typically spends on the mountain and off the mountain. Spillover is a term he's chosen to use for what he said spillover benefits. So to adjacent regions.
Yeah, now I understand it. I didn't quite read it that way. Yeah. Good. Thanks very much.
No problem.
I only really just got the one question. You'd mentioned that Doolan's possible extension. How would you access that? Would you have to come in some other way?
Yeah, there's 2 possible accesses, and we are doing studies on this currently. We've made no applications, but we wanted to be very open about the fact that that is the natural extension to the Remarkable should we need more terrain. One way would be by a ski tunnel, where these are commonly used in overseas areas. We've actually just gone to Europe to view some of the examples up there. Around 200 to 300 meters with about a 5 to 8% decline, and you push snow through there so skiers can simply ski through. At the moment, I believe that's the most environmentally least impactful, because it's a small 8-meter wide portal in 2 parts of the mountain, and as you'll be aware, tunnels are used extensively for roading, hydro, and other applications. The other potential access is by way of ski lift. So there would be a lift from part the way up the Rastersburn up to a ridge, which would allow skiers to ski from that ridge down into the Doolands.
Look, thank you, and once again, certainly very informative evidence. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, Commissioners.
Thank you, Paul.
On to Mr. Farrell.
We're on to Mr. Farrell. Yeah, unless you were holding over any burning questions for me specifically.
Look, I think the way it's going to be easier for yourself and Mr. Farrell jointly. And,
that's fine.
so if we can have Mr. Farrell's opening statement, and then we probably have a break at that stage.
We can shortcut that very quickly. I don't actually have an opening statement. I can run through things, but I can also simply respond to questions and pick up anything that I might add after those questions if that works. That I would say
it might be wise in that case, Mr. Farrell, because I must confess I was trying to deal with your shaded thing on this, which is hopeless. And so we've just got this now. We'll have a look at it over break. We'll take a break now and come back at 10:30.
Yeah, and just quickly at a very high level, from a independent planning point of view, I sort of echo the legal submission. We're working closely together, so I don't have too much to add.
So just before we do break, Stacey, could you, one question I was just trying to pick up, where was the reference in the February 2023 to the specified infrastructure again?
Yeah, so
ski fields in the freshwater static.
well, it's in the definition section.
Page 24, 25.
24, 25.
Yeah.
They've got a number of different interpretation provisions, so I hadn't turned to that one. Oh, I see.
It's hard to find because it's in the middle of the.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll, Mr. Baker. I must say, Mr. Carroll, having had the chance now of looking rather on the small screen that at that shading and seeing the difference, we're a bit amused by the grey shading in that it seems, as I understand your key at page 2, you're saying that that is to be addressed later for fish and game interests. But if you look, for example, at the infrastructural provision that's been causing everybody a lot of angst, which we thought was one of the major issues for your clients here today, was INFP 13, but that seems to be shaded grey.
And allow Ms. Baker Galloway to talk to the submitters. My understanding is that Real NZ NZ Ski are happy to operate within limits philosophically. And yes, there's a the submitters are seeking a pathway, in my evidence, to support a pathway, but it's not to the extent that you've probably heard from other submitters that there should be a carve out, or a complete carve out from the philosophical approach of not meeting limits. Or
I think 13.2b is the one that we've been hearing from others, expressions of concern that if they don't get home on their requests to be included as regionally significant infrastructure or nationally significant infrastructure, then 13.2b has the absolute avoidance outcome. And I must say, I would have thought that that was a prime concern for the ski industry.
if there has to be avoided a new stat, that will be a key concern. And I'm happy to talk to that.
All right. Look, I'm just drawing your attention to the fact that there may be some of that shading that you might regret a little in terms of the work presentation for the ski industry, but just bear that in mind as you respond. If you would, we're not holding you to that. Well, all right. So I'll open it up for Commissioner Sullivan to start and run through the questions. Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Farrell. One of the, I suppose the questions I've got some probably just more in relation to the differences between some of what you've put forward and the position that you're taking versus what we've heard from other planners. One's around the use of the natural built environment, that terminology, or bill, I should say, not that. And the use of that, particularly, I mean, you're referring to biophysical limits and other things, and sort of saying, you know, we should be bringing this stuff in now. We've had others who have come and said that the RPS is an instrument under the RMA. It's what was always going to be an instrument under the RMA. We should be using RMA terminology, and that we shouldn't really be, particularly in relation to limits, we shouldn't be using or relying too heavily on limits, because it's more, the RMA is more about managing effects, not managing to limits. Do you have any sort of comments around that?
Certainly. Well, firstly, acknowledge that the language of, or the terminology I'm borrowing from a bill, and I've hopefully made it clear in my evidence that it is just suggesting that as a starting point. That obviously a lot of work's gone into that terminology, and so it's a point of reference to use, but I'm not wedded to that wording. I don't agree with others that the RMA doesn't, or is not intended to set limits. The limits is directly referred to in the MPS for fresh water under the RMA. Stepping back a bit and more philosophically, it's up to the region, I think, to identify its way forward with resource management under the RMA. It's been working with Ngāi Tahu, as I understand, on its philosophical approach to resource management. And you've heard that from the opening legal submissions and submissions on week 1, I think, of this hearing. And I support that. And philosophically, it's a recognition that the natural environment has been depleted or degraded in Otago. And under the RMA, there is nothing wrong or inappropriate about introducing limits. Where I think things are getting confusing is that this is, well, not confusing, but difficult, is that this is a difficult resource management and environmental management aspect of introducing limits. Starting with what is a limit and what are we actually talking about? And that's the focus of my evidence is, can we, well, I say that it is appropriate for the RPS to set up a framework, a statutory framework for Otago that requires environmental limits to be identified and then applied. Those environmental limits, in my view, should be focused on the biophysical environment, and that's where I draw a parallel with the NBA bill, which is focused on the natural or biophysical aspects or elements of the environment. And it gets a little bit confusing and overwhelming to extend the term limits into aspects that are not focused on the biophysical. I'm not saying they're not appropriate, I'm just saying that it's a different aspect to consider, and I've suggested that they could be perhaps framed as resource limits or something different.
Okay. Well, thanks for that. Other questions here. One of the, and I know you're suggesting some alternative wording for Appendix 9 around bringing in consultation. Appendix 9 was the identification criteria for outstanding highly valued natural lands, features, and landscapes. I suppose I was looking at that and thinking this appendix is more around criteria. Are you saying that one of the criteria would be whether the public think a site is an ONL, for example, or are you trying, or are you suggesting that something along the lines of a method be more be along the lines of a method where community consultation is part of determining whether the criteria listed there are?
Yes, it's the latter.
Right, it's the latter.
Yeah, and the learning that I've been through in the QRDC process is there's been criticism of the process, and hence my reason for support for the submitter. That the consultation aspect is or has been lacking, and that's been public. There's been processes around that critique, but more fundamentally, landscape, particularly thinking about landscape capacity and values, has that anthropocentric subjective input. And from my own experience living in Queenstown, I know that the landscape experts in Queenstown think differently about the landscape and the values of the landscape than the landscape experts that come from out of Queenstown. And there's a lot of frustration there with some theoretical or I guess theoretical landscape values and the outstandingness of Queenstown, which we acknowledge is outstanding, and jewel of the country's crown, etc., etc. But when you get into the actual details of values, of really is a paddock pastoral farming that's, highly degraded from deforestation, is that has the same value as the western the western side of the Remarkables and the root burn trap? Because on the face of it, it does. And so, yeah, that level of forensic analysis is where I'm coming from, particularly when the consequences or the risks, if we're looking at Section 32 point of view, the costs and the risks of avoiding to activities that have health and wellbeing benefits or significant socioeconomic benefits.
Do you think, given this is really talking about criteria, do you think what you're requesting should be sitting in Appendix 9, or would it be more something that would go into, say, one of the methods, or even potentially policy or something in the landscape chapter? I'm just kind of thinking, sort of Appendix 9 seems to be a list of criteria, and I'm just a little bit unsure of how something like that would sit in there. But I certainly take your point, around making sure that the community's views are captured in those evaluations.
From a plan drafting point of view, I would agree. It would be more appropriate to use a method or a policy and a method. I know the natural hazards criteria also has sort of methods built into that as well. So I wouldn't, when I'm speaking to that point, it's not just about the landscape criteria, but possibly all of the criteria or processes set out in the appendices.
Yeah. So I suppose what you're wanting to see is councils engaging more with community and determining a lot of these are important, I suppose, categorizations and plans.
Yeah, and without getting ahead of myself, again, the natural hazards criteria, if that's applied on the face of it without being truly tested with affected communities, it can have some significant costs and risks associated with potentially appropriate development. But to come back to your point, from a plan drafting point of view, yes, the method is probably more appropriate, but that's probably what is the intended structure of the RPS, because the appendix you can have a method or policy just says apply that appendix, and that could include methods.
My only other question, I'm not sure if this is best for you or for Ms. Baker-Galloway, but just in relation to the ski fields request to be considered as regionally significant infrastructure, and from reading the evidence, it was sort of reasonably clear that that's to get through the National Environmental Standard for Freshwater hurdle. And I suppose, I was following sort of through all that last night, back to the NESF and the UPSFM. Does it seem a little bit odd, I suppose, that we have very little guidance on what should be regionally significant infrastructure, that these sorts of things are going to potentially be quite inconsistent across the country, and how we've got what should be a nationally significant, regulations applied in a consistent manner, and yet we've got terminology in there that is down to the regions. I mean, have you got any sort of thoughts on that, or guidance on how we can? I suppose it's and that's, national consistency isn't something that we have to turn our minds to at all, but I suppose it's just one of those things. We're just looking at the evidence in front of us and determining whether it's regionally significant, but it just seems like a bit of an odd thing to me.
It's an odd and frustrating thing, I would also say. I was in a brief chat with Marcus before we started today, and there's an element of a broken record coming out, and certainly my experience and evidence, having worked for as an example, renewable industry, when I worked for the New Zealand Wind Energy Association, trying to implement the MPS for renewables. I worked on more than 20 RM plans across the country, literally from Northland down to Southland, and most of the second generation RPS. And that's when it first occurred to me, I think the Northland RPS, that we're having this discussion around RSI. So, well, these are criteria for determining what is an RSI. And that was over a decade ago, and we still don't have one. So that is an issue. In terms of what I think your role in guidance, I think it's a regional approach because it is not in any national directive. So it is based on what you've heard, taking into account a regional context. And Alan might recall, or might not recall, but I was the 42A report officer for the infrastructure energy chapter for the Southern RPS. We had a similar issue, lots of submissions trying to be RSI, and is it specific or is it generic?
I think we'll be hearing from Dr. Sol soon. Similar issue.
Yeah, and there's an interesting outcome in the Southern one, which is where they took the approach of not being specific, which opens the door for anyone to present their case, which removes some risks, but is inefficient, not providing certainty.
Oh well, we'll keep hoping, Shirley, that something comes out sometime.
I wouldn't expect it to.
No, exactly.
Yeah, just on that and sort of drawing on the MBA stuff as well. I have with my hats on from Resource Management Law Association and New Zealand Planning Institute, involved with these discussions around the new national planning framework, the new legislation, and what I learned from that and say to you is what you say is going to be important, and it's going to be sticking around for a number of years. We have what we have, and you have as national directions in front of you. I don't expect that to change in any material way. It is what I can see in the lifetime of this hearing process.
No, thank you. That's helpful.
Not sure if it was helpful, actually. That RSI criteria, just dovetailing into that, is you suggested it was an issue. But to my mind, I'm not sure if it is, because really I have a bit of a concern with some of the NPSs that have come out with provisions that really cause problems. But to address a specific issue somewhere in a big authority, cause problems for some smaller authorities where it's not an issue. So, and I could see that as an example of this, if we had a criteria, it's really up to the region to say, well, this is significant, because exactly what you're doing here, asking ski infrastructure is important in Otago, probably not in South. So I think it's up to regions to decide what's significant for them. I guess with your ski area infrastructure and your definition and how it's defined in, well, just listed, I guess, in the freshwater management thing, that question I had of Mr. Anderson around you're extending your activities up there in summer for mountain biking, whatever it may be. Just the way I read that, it would actually not impact on that because it's the existing infrastructure in a ski area. Doesn't matter if the infrastructure is for something else.
Correct.
Is that how you guys read that?
Correct, and that's generally speaking how at a district plan level the district plan works as well.
Yeah.
And I'd just add, when the ski industry was working with central government on the changes to the national directions, and when the ski industry was working through the Queenstown Lakes District Plan Review, it was clear that it's not just about skiing activities. It's about the infrastructure that goes in what's been colloquially known and understood to be the ski areas, and that there is an intention and a deliberate attempt to have full season activity.
I guess that dovetails into what I said right at the start, is that these companies, or the reason they exist is because they provide the opportunity to use those Section 6 environments to get you in there and enjoy them and use them. So that's the driver of that. I think the way the FM NPS deals with the wetlands example, but it's the other ones that in the RPS you're probably concerned about. You know, is there another way to skin the cat there? Because you've got all your provisions there, and I probably have to admit we're not totally across all of the provisions and how they work together with it. So we haven't done eco, we haven't done landscapes. We've read them, but we haven't thought about them, how they connect. And a lot of issues are raised around how they do connect. So if you weren't included in this regionally significant infrastructure, is there no pathway through those other areas for this type of activity? And when you think about that, what other activities, given the importance of tourism and recreation activities in Otago, not just the ski field ones, are caught by that and have to go through that, avoid adverse effects on values? It may, the whole reason you're there is to actually enjoy those values.
And this does shine a light on INFP 13B.
Because that's what I was going to ask you about, because you've shaded that out, and I thought this is be entirely relevant to Wayfair, etc. Because what you've asked for there is very similar to what other people have asked for. It's like this needs to apply to all infrastructure. That test,
right,
regardless of its significance. But then I guess the question, and when I think Paul went through the definition of an infrastructure and all the things that Wayfair, etc. do are listed in that definition. And there's no qualifier that it has to be publicly owned, just like public transport, which I'll come to soon. But so you probably, the way you've suggested that for your other client would address that.
Yeah,
and it didn't come through how you caught the other ones, I guess is the question.
Yeah, well, I think the answer is that it wouldn't provide for what the submitters are seeking, and more than happy to talk about that provision now. It probably shouldn't be shaped. I'm just seeing what they actually requested.
Well, it probably doesn't matter because you are representing Fish and Game as well. We have submissions on that.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming you'll be appearing in the eco chapter for them.
Yes.
And the landscape one, or just
We're intending to come back once again, if we can, but definitely in the eco chapter. Yeah.
because I think that issue is even wider than infrastructure. Certain activities have to locate in these areas because that's, you know, not all recreation activities are going to have an infrastructure component necessarily.
If it may assist. So philosophically, my planning evidence is that all activities, first principle, should be subject to environmental and should avoid these areas first priority.
Yeah, I think you're not alone here. I think most people.
A point of difference I have with other planners is that as you'll see, I've struck through clause A, and I think I'm hearing you say that others have suggested that, so that all infrastructure is treated the same. I support treating all infrastructure effectively the same, because I've been observing some of the hearings, and this is fit squarely in Real NZ and in NZ Ski's position where they do have infrastructure that's not regionally and nationally significant. And they're not asking for it to be. And it will be located in section 6 environments, for example, and effects cannot be avoided. So I'm certainly not suggesting that they be avoided. So there does need to be a pathway or a policy direction for it.
I think that's key. Well, most people have said, yes, look, we know these things are outstanding, but we can't avoid them. But all we want is the opportunity to a pathway to see, test the waters, I guess, through the normal processes. Without, as I said, I haven't seen the full ambit of how this impacts on other activities. But the question probably been, why do we distinguish between NSI and RSIs if we really should just be dealing with infrastructure as one whole connected system? So I guess then it flows into those national policy documents that there is other reasons to be defined that way.
There is, and my thinking's evolving. Just to share, obviously, my evidence on the new issue is quite high level and was intended to capture infrastructure as well as benefits of what it is developed.
So is that the one where you focused on the use and access to?
Yeah, but it's actually, it's pitched at a level, I think, that applies across the board and could equally apply to infrastructure. And I did that intentionally at a high level. Now I'm involved in the ongoing conferencing with other planners, and we're involved in 2 separate discussions. Is there a specific issue for infrastructure, and is there a specific issue for benefits of, for example, industry? And so I'm still working through that, because that's contrary to what my evidence has been, and I'm reflecting on that. There's not too much I can say in between conferencing still going on, but I am definitely coming around to all infrastructure being very important to the region. And particularly if you think of infrastructure, it's almost the opposite of thinking of cumulative effects or a worldview of a holistic approach. All infrastructure is part of the system. Some of the parts, so even the small bits of infrastructure, are going to be part of that whole system and important.
The REGs and the electricity transmission and distribution, no point generating it, no point in having your transmission lines if you can't distribute it to over there. So it is just one big system. So how do you differentiate? Obviously, the small stuff isn't going to need to go through a lot of those bigger.
So a marginal benefit of a small piece of infrastructure, cumulative, might be part of a significant benefit. The same way that a minor adverse effect of an individual activity cumulatively might have.
Your new issue touches on something that's been raised by a lot of people. They make a recognition of social and economic benefits of us in Otago using resources.
Yeah, and just some insights to that. Ms. Baker-Galloway talked about that's a Section 5 matter, which I would agree with. A lot of that terminology that I introduced is actually from the currently operative RPS. If you recall, Objective 1 or 2, whatever it is. I'm borrowing that because that seems to be, from a structural point of view, a deliberate, and it's a deliberate approach ORC has taken. I don't agree that you should ignore benefits associated with people's resources in the environment.
Well, just probably in the primary, just a couple of quick things. Methods relating to prioritise sites, and I think that's in relation to REGs. We've had that discussion as well. obviously I don't know how local authorities can do those sorts of things. So I would have assumed it would have been by identifying those section 6 sort of areas. Is that how you view that should work, or it more as the other way around, really? So these are the, as the policy structure says, here's the areas you should avoid. So you prioritise the other areas via that approach.
Yes, but to an extent, I do see that there's benefit in identifying areas where development should go. If that's what you're, if that's part of the debate, then the Clutha District Plan that schedules existing reg activities.
Yeah.
I think, from example, I think it's one of the best approaches in the country. As a scheduling approach. What's lacking is the spatial planning.
Yeah.
So this is the getting into the new territorial.
But councils can't do that, can they?
Well, they can,
Yeah.
through a process. They're not required to do it, but can they do it effectively and efficiently? Practically, probably not.
Yeah.
And particularly if you're talking reg, where you've got competitive interests, there's no NZTA. You know, roading. You can have a chat with NZTA. Renewable electricity generation development, competing interests. It's a different conversation. Practically, it's probably not going to happen.
Just on the REG, so seeing your P2, you've suggested the word significant be taken out of 3. The evidence we've heard is that it's going to be significant development if we address climate change. So I was just wondering why you thought that should be removed.
The NPS for renewables applies across the whole of New Zealand, and Otago already contributes a significant amount of renewable electricity generation.
So are you saying that countries we might already be at a capacity in that sense?
In my experience, having dealt with renewable electricity generation activities and currently involved in the Manapuri Hydro scheme,
yeah.
I think you need to be careful around prioritising, particularly fresh water. You'd probably be aware that the NPS renewables does not apply to allocation of fresh water.
Yeah.
And so there's no, this is my evidence, I don't think there's a national policy directive to give hydro, for example, a leg up around being able to continue to significantly more reg development from hydro. And particularly in an Otago context, when the main water bodies and a lot of water is already taken for that purpose. It's, again, a holistic approach needs to be understood, I think, before it can be appropriately said that a significant more amount of development needs to occur in Otago in order to meet New Zealand's.
Yeah, okay, so you're specific to the region rather than what the country needs to do. Yeah. Also noted in your ENGP5, which is it's the non-renewable that you've noted it's not practical actually in all circumstances, and we've had a lot of evidence on that. In the context of your clients, what is that diesel backup generators for, say, Mount Walter Peak, Mount Nicholas?
Yes. And Walter Peak is
yeah.
purely off-grid and currently diesel.
Yeah, okay, yeah. The other thing was, I understand the argument around the passenger transport issue that you've raised, and I think that extends further actually to what may happen in the future around that. It's not necessarily what we perceive as public transport in the way it's defined here, because it's not necessarily going to be planned. Just how people are going to operate car share or driverless cars or whatever it might be. But I'm interested, it's probably a question for you, Marie, actually, the definition of public transport talks about planned, existing or planned, that is available to the public generally by, what does that generally mean? Because Is that meaning, because Wayfair, et cetera, their well, really, these services are more focused to, it's not generally available to the public. It's like you buy a ticket to go to a destination. You're not hopping on a bus just to get your ride down the road, which is, I'm assuming, is. Can you put that in context for me? I'm struggling to understand what that means.
Well, I mean, both the water ferries that Mr. Norris talked about and the ski buses that the mountains put on to take people up the hill, people are standing on the street or on the lakeshore waiting in designated spots to catch both of those services. And so our interpretation of that is both of those services fit this definition of public transport.
Would there be others that don't? And therefore, that's the reason, because I can't accept your argument that what's proposed falls under that public transport. So why do we need to identify passenger services? But it might be that other.
Yeah,
It doesn't quite fit in there.
It could be that the more of the tour bus that doesn't
That's what I
pick
said.
up people on the way to Tayano or Milford.
So it's not generally available.
Yeah, I mean, it's generally available for that route.
Yeah.
But not possibly available
For random public people.
Yeah, who want to go to town now. That's right. So there'll be a continuum of types of activities, and maybe along that continuum, they do fall into the private passenger transport service term.
Yeah.
But there are definitely still the two examples I gave, I think, and this is where we've got the disagreement with QLDC, do fall clearly within the definition of public transport.
I'll just add, particularly where there's and what helps me understand the difference is where there's a scheduled, publicly available schedule where whatever the transport service is, it's operating to that schedule, and the ticket office doesn't differentiate between why you're using it. It's just you jump on, you buy a ticket, and you use it. And there are certainly examples of many passenger services in Queenstown that would not operate to a publicly available schedule.
Okay, well, thank you for that. It's helpful.
I don't have any questions.
Just going back to this criteria for RSI, do you have any view on whether there should be a different approach taken to private commercial operation infrastructure as contrasted to what might be more broadly called public benefit, i.e. territorial authority infrastructure?
No, and I think renewable electricity generators is a good example of private companies, entities providing public good. In terms of RSI, and then practically many utilities are provided by private or corporate structures. So no, I don't see.
Let's make a Galloway now. Sorry.
Yeah.
I knew you were, Mr. Anderson painted a picture for us really at the start, and I'm not sure whether you saw his submissions or had an opportunity of looking at them.
I've only read them.
Right. But in essence, the emphasis put on section 6 matters probably was encapsulated in one particular paragraph in his submissions where he was identifying each of those as being a factor, or I think you might have used the term link, and said if any of the links is severed, then the applicable avoid protect side of the equation is lost. So in other words, arguing really that at the end of the day, and you correct me if I'm putting this wrong, Mr. Anderson, that the protect aspect that's contained within section 6 must inevitably lead to an avoid policy being in place to ensure that protection is able to be achieved. Do you have a view on that?
I might just need to
Yeah.
correct slightly. And
Yeah.
protection doesn't necessarily mean the avoidance of all effects. And the effects management hierarchy found in the eco chapter is an example of that. But at the end of that hierarchy, if you can't get through the various steps which are designed to protect Indigenous biodiversity, you end up with an avoid standard.
Yeah. I may have put that clumsily, but I certainly understood the way you just expressed it now. Do you have a different view?
My view is, so, and it's definitely, there's a distinction between how you address section 6C matters, because that limb of section 6 does not have the from inappropriate adverse effect, or inappropriate use and development, qualifier, whereas section 6B, for example, or the section on historic heritage, subsection on historic heritage, does have the protect from inappropriate use and development. So I think we all have to be quite disciplined when we're looking at Indigenous biodiversity matters. Section 6C is phrased in quite a different way to some of those other section 6B matters. And our focus, particularly for landscape, one of the key points I was trying to make this morning was that in these ONLs where people are being delivered there to experience the ONL and to use it, they use different bits of infrastructure. The appropriateness of that infrastructure and the necessary maintenance and expansion of it is where you look at that limb of section 6B. So it's not an avoid situation, more like you have or absolute protect situation like you have with section 6C. It's something different.
Yeah, so if you look at section 6, you're saying that A has the reference to inappropriateness, B does, C doesn't, and to be fair to Mr. Anderson, when he gave those submissions to us, he orally interpolated section 6C, I remember right now, and I've got that written in. D is the coastal, which has its own issues. E's Maori, and it has its own approach. F, historic heritage, has the inappropriate. G's the Takatau Moana, customary rights. And then H, the natural hazard, the word management. So again, talking about appropriateness really.
Yeah, and is that H is the natural hazards one, is it?
Yes.
So, and that's again the significant effects of natural hazards. So it's not.
And management.
And then, yeah.
So in essence, you and Mr. Anderson of the same view that section 6, an aspect of protection to it that is different and reflected really in the NPSFM.
Yes, it is different. Yeah. It's more absolute. And so that's where you've got the very strong basis to be setting those, as Mr. Farrell was saying, setting biophysical limits, not just for freshwater values, but where you've got other section 6C Indigenous biodiversity values, setting biophysical limits is a mechanism that fits in the framework of the RMA to give effect to section 6C or to implement it.
Mr. Farrell, one of the difficulties of the way that you presented the evidence or in relation to this new SRM section is that I've got to ask you, how was your submission dealt with in the section 42A report? Remind me, because I don't think that
largely ignored, I believe. Like that might be overstating it.
Yeah, we'll obviously go back and have a look and see ourselves, but I just wondered whether, of your memory of what that report said, how was it dealt with?
I think if it's dealt with, it's a couple of sentences from memory.
But that is what's one of the things being focused on now.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think I had any other particular issues that needed to raise. Well, yeah. No, look, it's all very clear. Thank you. Interesting way of seeing your evidence, and that you have what you want and then the reasoning, which is different to everybody else, but that's quite helpful. So no, thank you very much for the effort that's gone in. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So the estimate of the fuel companies. Good morning. Just push the button. You're on the way. Thank you.
Good morning, thank you. My name is Gavin McCullough. I'm a principal planner employed by Foresight Consulting Limited, now part of SLR. I'm attending today on behalf of the fuel companies to assist the panel on the matters within my planning expertise. My evidence addresses the following provisions, which are the subject of this hearing stream. Policy EIT INFP 14 and explanation EIT PRAN E3. I understand that evidence is taken as read and I will not repeat it. I'd be pleased to answer any questions in relation to it. Firstly, I intend to address policy EIT INFP 14. Including with reference to the evidence of Helen Dempster, Waka Kotahi and Kirsty O'Sullivan, the Queenstown Airport Corporation Limited on the same matter. Policy EIT INFP 14, as recommended by the Section 42A author, directs decision makers to, inter alia, utilise the opportunity of substantial upgrades of infrastructure to reduce adverse effects that result from existing infrastructure. The author of the Section 42A report does not agree with the fuel company's submission to delete or amend this provision. The author's rationale for retaining the policy is that it needed to support other provisions and provides clarity for other users. More specifically, the Section 42A author states the clause will take effect where substantial upgrades occur, necessarily form part of the consideration of approval prior to becoming a lawful upgrade, and can help address cumulative effects. These reasons do not address my concerns that the reference to existing infrastructure reads more broadly than just the portion of infrastructure being upgraded. This is the key reason why the fuel companies have sought to have clause 2 deleted. I addressed my concerns with this at paragraphs 22 and 23 of my evidence. In particular, I set out my disagreement with section 42A, although the clause 2 provides clarity. In my opinion, it's not clear from the policy as drafted that the opportunity is limited only to infrastructure being upgraded. Also consider that the clause is directive, as also raised by Helen Dempster from Waka Kotahi, and inconsistent with the chapeau of the policy. In using the curb considering this and the chapeau of the policy, my opinion is that the policy is intended to require decision makers to think carefully about particular aspects of proposals to develop or upgrade infrastructure. I consider clause 1 and the direction to require consideration is broadly consistent with the chapeau. In contrast, clause 2 requires decision makers to utilise the opportunity to reduce adverse effects. Evidence on behalf of Waka Kotahi and Queenstown Airports Corporation addresses similar concerns. Helen Dempster from Waka Kotahi shares my view that clause 2 of this policy applies to existing infrastructure and does not align with the Resource Management Act. Additionally, Helen Dempster identifies that it would be impractical for Waka Kotahi in that case to achieve reduction in adverse effects from existing infrastructure in all instances. I believe the amendment proposed by Helen Dempster to clause 2 as follows has merit in reducing the directive nature of the clause as written. The proposal deletes the word utilise, replaces it with encourage, and changes opportunity to opportunities. In particular, the replacement of the term utilise with the word encourage reduces the directive nature of the clause. The evidence of Kirsty O'Sullivan for Queenstown Airports Corporation also seeks deletion of clause 2 of policy 14 on the basis that it is likely to trigger implementation issues from a reverse sensitivity perspective. As set out in my evidence, I agree that clause 2 could be applied to existing infrastructure that is not subject to a substantial upgrade. I also agree that it is proposed in the section 42A report. The clause will be interpreted as requiring lawfully established existing activities to reduce adverse effects, and that this isn't appropriate. As proposed by Kirsty O'Sullivan, I agree. Also proposed by Kirsty O'Sullivan, I agree deletion of clause 2 is the most effective means of eliminating this concern. Now, if clause 2 is proposed to be retained, I consider should be amended to make the intent unambiguous. This could be achieved by amending policy 14.2 as set out in my evidence, except with the inclusion of the first change proposed by Helen Dempster described above. Essentially, clause 2 would become encourage substantial upgrades of infrastructure to seek to reduce adverse effects that resulted from those parts of the existing infrastructure that are being upgraded, including on sensitive activities. The second part of my presentation this morning is in relation to explanation EIT Tran E3. The final sentence of explanation EIT Tran E3 is notified and proposed to be retained by the section 42 author states in relation to commercial port activities taking place within the coastal environment. The provisions of the CE Coastal Environment chapter also apply. Fuel companies sought the deletion of this sentence because the CE Coastal Environment chapter is relevant to a range of activities in the coastal environment, not just port activities. I supported that evidence for the reasons set out in paragraphs 26 to 29 of my evidence. The integrated management chapter of the RPS provides clear direction for an integrated approach to decision making. Adding an extra explanatory statement to E3 is to my mind superfluous and potentially confusing, given commercial port activity is only one transport activity that occurs within the coastal environment. I consider the potential misunderstanding could be resolved by deletion of the final sentence of the EIT Tran E3. Thank you. If there's any questions or?
Thank you, Mr. McCullough. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, and I think no questions from me. And thanks for the summary you've just provided where you've pulled in the evidence from other submitters. That's very helpful.
Okay.
It's covered off what I was going to ask you.
Oh, all right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Likewise, you picked up on the issue Waka Katohi had raised it. I guess in the context of your clients' operations, it's probably one of the more significant issues because of the potential for contamination in those areas, which would be a mammoth task. I think that aren't they generally though a consenting process to deal with that? Sort of those I'm not sure how you phrase it, but discharge of contaminants that aren't actually a direct discharge just from soil contamination. How are those dealt with now?
In terms of if there's an upgrade happens, a significant upgrade
Yeah,
happening.
or even I've seen some examples where the contamination plumes being addressed through a resource consent process, like historic contamination, not what's happening now, but what's happened 30 years ago. That's sort of dealt with through a consent process now, isn't it? So that's where something like this could become a bit of an issue.
It could become a bit of an issue. This is more in terms of where there's multiple elements of infrastructure within a facility and a substantial upgrade is happening to one, while others are continuing to operate. The concern is that this could lead to decision makers seeking to extend control over something which is not being upgraded.
Yeah.
So it's not directly related to the issue you raised, I think.
Okay. Yeah, well, the reason I was raising it because the existing environment argument was raised, but I'm not sure if that applies in terms of regional council consents and discharges. It's slightly different.
Slightly different for discharges, yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
I suppose the real question I've got is just trying to get a picture in my mind of, in a practical sense, on the ground, what's driving this concern? Is it because there is a level of historical contamination that you're not wanting to have to address if you're doing an upgrade of a particular part?
No, it's not. It's not about needing to address existing contamination. It's more in relation to the operation of existing infrastructure. So that if, for example, fuel companies' infrastructure includes storage tanks, pipes, valves, loading and unloading facilities. The concern is that if you are upgrading a part of it, for example, an unloading facility, that this potentially doesn't drive decision makers to seek to have effects that are from another part of the infrastructure or the other part of the infrastructure itself upgraded or decided on when you're dealing with a single aspect.
So in essence, it could impact on the capital budget for that particular project.
It would, yeah, potentially, yes.
Yeah. So that's really the driver of the concern. And I mean, I appreciate the legal aspect of it.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to look at the practical aspect.
Well, that's a practical aspect, that you plan to upgrade one part of the infrastructure and find that it's being extended. Yeah.
No, I can understand. You've chosen your words quite carefully, but you're really saying, aren't you, that it's unlawful?
Yes.
Right.
That's the concern. Yes.
Thanks very much, Mr. Cullen.
Thank you.
So the next submitter to wait on the irrigators collective.
Wanena koutou. Elizabeth Solaho, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you this morning. I'm here presenting my evidence in relation to the submission from the Waitaki Irrigators Collective based in North Otago. I'll raise some of the key points in my evidence that supports WIC's submission, primarily around the definition of regionally significant infrastructure and the submission that it be amended to include community scale irrigation infrastructure. So irrigation is critical for primary production in the Waitaki. Average annual rainfall is around 550 millimetres per year, and irrigation has been utilised for from the highly reliable Waitaki River for over a century. I note that the Section 42A report does not agree with WIC's submission. The writer agrees that irrigation is a sector which could be considered commercially or socially important. However, the report states that the writer considers regionally significant infrastructure to support at a regional level economic and societal functions, and most importantly, interconnectivity with respect to transport, electricity generation and transmission, communications, three waters, hazard management, and concludes that irrigation infrastructure does not meet this test. Clearly, irrigation, water abstraction, distribution and application systems are infrastructure, as set out in the interpretation section of the RMA, and irrigation operators also meet the definition of network utility operators in section 166 of the Act as well. And then this carries over into the definition of infrastructure in the proposed regional policy statement. However, the issue turns on whether that is of regional significance, and WIC argues that it does. I'll take the risk of presuming that the interconnectivity referred to by the Section 42A report writer means that for infrastructure to be regionally significant, it should be in some way connected across the region or territorial boundaries. And it's WIC's submission that this need not be the case. Although irrigation infrastructure may be discrete in that it isn't connected directly to other irrigation infrastructure, it is regionally significant for other reasons. Irrigation certainly supports important economic functions at the regional level, and I won't go back over the economic information that I've provided in my evidence, as you will have already read that. However, I will emphasise some of the other critical societal functions it supports or provides. Beyond direct economic benefits, irrigation is critically important for food production across the region, and not just in the Waitaki. The effects of climate change will put increasing pressure on food security, and Cyclone Gabrielle provided a recent and stark example of this. As set out in my evidence, irrigation supports food production in Otago across a range of sectors. Importantly, it also provides flexibility around land use should production systems shift in the future. Food production is essential. It's a need, it's not a want, and irrigation is critical to this in Otago. I'd like to emphasise the significance of irrigation infrastructure in terms of its other functions and purposes, albeit additional to the primary function of providing water for irrigation. The Section 42A report writer limits regionally significant water infrastructure in their interpretation to being confined to three waters in order to meet the threshold of connectivity. As noted in my evidence, irrigation infrastructure is in many places actually multi-purpose and does provide elements of three waters infrastructure. The Lower Waitaki Irrigation Company provides town supply to the residents of Oamaru and its environs, as well as critical supply for the Alliance Meat Processing Plant at Pukuri. And the North Otago Irrigation Company provides water for stock drinking and has adapted its infrastructure to ensure its water is available for firefighting purposes. Some irrigation schemes in Central Otago also provide water to new subdivisions and developments where alternative forms of supply are unavailable or inappropriate, such as bore water, town supply, or rainwater. Open race irrigation networks are also important flood control mechanisms. The Lower Waitaki Irrigation Company operates drainage infrastructure such as the Henderson Creek Diversion Channel across the Lower Waitaki Plains and holds discharge permits for emergency purposes should there be major flooding events. Although these have not been exercised in recent years, it is a matter of not of if, but when they will be utilised to protect roads, farms, houses, livestock, and domestic water supplies in the future. One issue that I haven't touched on in my evidence, but I will talk about now if that's okay by the panel, is in terms of cultural values. So the Waitaki Iwi Management Plan, which was prepared by the Moeraki Waiho and Arowhenua Runaka, has identified Waitaki irrigation infrastructure, which includes, for instance, the ponding area at Black Point on the Waitaki River and the scheme's race network, as providing habitat for key mahi kakai and tauka species, but these artificial waterways are not protected. And that is issue 5 in section 5.3.5, lower Waitaki tributaries in the iwi management plan, and I can send through the link to that if necessary. And I understand that tuna is a key species referred to here in terms of tauka and mahi kakai. Of course, the decisions of other regions are not binding on you or the council, but the issue of consistency across regions and determining what is regionally significant infrastructure was raised just earlier today. And I would alert you to the fact that the regional policy statement for Canterbury does consider irrigation infrastructure to be regionally significant, and Otago is the second largest region in terms of irrigation development to Canterbury and New Zealand. The Canterbury Regional Policy Statement provides reasons and explanations for its objective 5.2.2, which relates to infrastructure and land use integration. And I set it out in my evidence, but I'll repeat it here. Regionally significant infrastructure in the wider region is essential to enable the well-being, health and safety of people and communities, and has the following characteristics. It significantly contributes to the social, economic and cultural well-being of people and communities. It is the subject of considerable financial investment. It is unlikely to be readily replaced or duplicated, and it requires integrated management with other natural and physical resources. There is no mention, therefore, of the need for interconnectivity, and irrigation infrastructure clearly meets these criteria. As also was sort of alluded to this morning, the proposed regional policy statement provides a list of what is included in the definition of regionally significant infrastructure, but it doesn't necessarily provide the criteria against which that list was determined. Therefore, WIC submits that the list can and should be expanded to include irrigation infrastructure. Specified infrastructure in the NPSFM is also being talked about, includes water storage infrastructure, but not necessarily water irrigation infrastructure, and it would provide a level of consistency with the national policy statement, and also other planning instruments such as the lower order instruments, such as the draft Waitaki district plan. So that concludes my submission to you this morning, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that. It's interesting to be sitting here listening about Waitaki water from an Otago perspective, not Canterbury for me. But I did have a couple of questions. First, just in relation to your paragraph 36. And I suppose this pulls in with definitions that you've discussed below from other regions as well. I presume you're only referring to community scale irrigation schemes, as I note the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement had included. It was sort of just a little bit, I was just a little bit unsure from your evidence. I presume you're not including the on-farm infrastructure as well, just the scheme.
Correct.
Infrastructure. Yes. Yeah. I was also interested in, I mean, I know you're only representing the schemes that are abstracting water from the Waitaki, but how many schemes would likely qualify within Otago? Are you aware of how many would come under?
So there's the two in the Waitaki, and then there's quite a lot of schemes in Central Otago that are quite a lot smaller. And I would say it's about 20, but I could double check that for you.
And I suspect, I know we're hearing evidence from over one group, and
they could probably they'd be able to provide you a better answer than I can.
Yeah, I suspect, given they're presenting in just once to us, I suspect we may get something similar from them along those lines. I was also interested in how the the existing proposed RPS of 2019 one deals with this issue.
So we made a similar submission then, and for similar reasons, the argument was rejected and irrigation infrastructure was not included as being regionally significant.
Well, there's just one minor thing that I suspect is a correction in your paragraph 48. On the second line, I presume you're referring to the draft district plan for Waitaki?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Rather than proposed.
Oh, sorry. Yes, that's draft.
Yeah. Great. No, thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you. I think Commissioner Sutherland just set me up a bit there because there's been a bit of a debate. Well, not a debate, because I've pointed out to a number of people around this regional boundary issue. That's a regulatory regional council. North Otago is North Otago. So you're in the right place when we're talking about this, because that area is considered North Otago, even though Canterbury's stolen a bit of it. They give me a hard time about this because I bring it up every time. I showed them a map that showed you
I've written
that.
a chapter in a book on that issue, so we can keep that for another day.
Yeah. So the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement is very relevant here, I would have thought, because it's already applying to Otago. So leaving that aside, you were sitting here, I think, listening to the submissions from and evidence from the ski industry, and I just wonder if you could put in context, because I understand their issues that they tend to locate in Section 6 environments. When we think of irrigation, we kind of think of lowland, dryland country, which may not have those values as such. So I was wondering if you could put that in context, why it's important for you to be reasonably significant infrastructure, because that gives you a better pathway, but is it necessary, I guess? So what are the issues that you face in that context?
I mean, certainly the better pathway is probably the number one issue, but there's certainly irrigation infrastructure, particularly in North Otago. If I think about the large intake infrastructure on the Waitaki River that serves both the Lower Waitaki Irrigation Company and the North Otago Irrigation Company, is in a wetland area. And also one of the tricky issues for the Lower Waitaki scheme in particular is because it does provide a significant amount of water for domestic and industrial supply, is how is that classified? Parts of the infrastructure from where the district council takes its water from the irrigation scheme would then be considered regionally significant because it's community supply, but not prior to that, even the extraction point, because it's primarily for irrigation. And also arguably that's a lifeline utility under the NPSFN as well. So it's also about providing some consistency, and the issue that you talk about is very real in that the Waitaki River is an administrative boundary. And so when schemes are the North Otago and Lower Waitaki schemes in particular, they take their water in Canterbury and use it in Otago. So providing that across region consistency makes it, just removes an extra hurdle that is difficult for reconsenting purposes, and issues around the operation and maintenance in the river, that sort of thing.
Yeah, you mentioned on road, and I'm aware there are numerous schemes throughout Otago, not just Central Otago. I think the district had a recent battle with ORC over a community supply that just probably used for, it was termed as a community domestic water supply, but there was quite an agricultural component to it. So when I apply this thinking to it, I'm trying to work out where would that sit, because there is a large domestic supply to humans, but there's also an agricultural supply. So yeah, you raise a valid point around that. Yeah. No, the only other thing I had was just a comment really in that 2002 report, Social Assessment of Land Use, shows that my understanding of people who irrigate, it's quite a labour intensive job, so I'm trying to work out how they would have higher proportions of children. They wouldn't have any time.
It's to do with employing more people on the farm, so
Oh,
therefore
okay.
they bring the children with them. Or produce the children on the, I'm not going to go down that road, but anyway. It's about increasing the number of employees generally, yes.
Yeah, it was just an interesting way that was phrased.
Yeah, yeah.
It was- Thank you.
Kia ora, Elizabeth, don't mind me calling you Elizabeth.
That's fine, thank you.
All right. I looked at section 47 of your evidence and the reference to the Central Otago District Plan.
Mhm.
And the bit about positive contributions to infrastructure and the word cultural being jumped out at me, as it has all through this hearing. People blindly refer to it, and I sometimes wonder whether they can define it, whether they can come. And then all of a sudden you came up with something as you were talking. I wasn't really listening. I'm busy waiting for my question, and suddenly you said, now can I add a little bit in here? And then I thought I heard you, well, I think I heard what you said. But, and it was a reference to Mahinga Kai.
Correct.
Now, can you just go back over that for me again? Because I want to make sure that I heard you correctly.
Yeah, so what I was talking about was the Waitaki iwi management plan,
Okay.
which has been prepared by the Runaka of Moiraki, Waiho and Arowhenua for the entire Waitaki catchment. So this applies to the schemes in the Waitaki catchment, not necessarily Central Otago. So I couldn't comment on the Mahika Kai values within Central Otago because I don't know enough about that, but I certainly can talk more about the Waitaki. So those three Runaka have identified that the ponding area at Black Point, which is where the irrigation companies North Otago and Lower Waitaki have their intake off the river, and that's on page, you can see the map on page 10 of my evidence. It's that yellow dot. And that's quite a large, several hectares wetland area. It's conservation estate. And so there's certainly Mahika Kai values there. And then particularly Moiraki Runaka have identified that the race network itself provides significant habitat, in particular for tuna. And that's something that the scheme is talking to the Runaka about very shortly around how to better protect those values within the race network. So Ki Mahika and Tahoka species have been identified as the race network provides an interconnected pathway from the Waitaki River. And potentially, I'm just speculating, there is the opportunity if you could exclude introduced species that you could make that an abundant resource for Mahika Kai.
This is in the races.
In the
right?
races themselves.
Not just in the pooling area.
No, in the races too.
Yes, okay. Yeah, that was the sole question that I had, and then you came up with the answer almost without me having to. But thanks very much. I found it quite interesting, actually.
And like I say, I'm happy to send through the reference to the iwi management plan in that page, if that would be helpful.
I think I can find it.
Okay.
I'll find it. Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Who are those three Runaka again?
Moiraki,
Yeah.
Waiho, and Arowhenua.
Okay. And Black Point, I take it the takeoff point is on the southern side of the river.
Correct.
In a tug.
Whatever. But the take is from Environment.
Yeah, that's just the local management boundary. It's North
And
Otago.
you drew attention to that odd outcome where you have a community drinking water abstraction infrastructure really starting way downstream of the takeoff point because of the agricultural irrigation use. And I just, as you were talking, was just looking at the definition of regionally significant infrastructure
Yes.
in the proposed regional policy statement. And it has words in brackets at the end, excluding delivery systems or infrastructure primarily deployed for the delivery of water for irrigation of land or rural agricultural drinking water supplies. So you end up with a strange situation where you have a domestic supply, but the actual from take right down to where it diverges from the rural is excluded by the words in those brackets.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes. Was one of the yeah, there was just one query I just had. I couldn't understand it. Paragraph 31. You said one of the reasons behind the construction of the ferry road buffer bond. What was
so-
it, bond or bump?
So it's I'll just bring that up in front of me. So I probably should have explained what that was. So the scheme installed a what's called a buffer pond, which isn't
Buffer pond.
buffer
is it?
pond.
Ah,
Yes.
ah,
Oh, sorry, I see. There's a
yeah.
typo.
Oh,
Yeah,
no, that's
pond.
right.
So it's not water storage, but it's to provide a buffer in
Right.
the system to provide that water to the town should there be a supply issue further up.
Right. In priority terms, in terms of the consent for that, what are the
In
conditions?
terms
say?
of the water take consent, yeah. So the take consent is administered by Environment Canterbury, and the scheme is able to take. I think it's the schemes combined because they share an intake can take water of I think it's 19 cubics for irrigation of land, for industrial supply, and for domestic supply for Oamaru and its environs. And there are restrictions on the take when the Waitaki River reaches certain points, but then at the very bottom, 4 cubics is allowed to be taken below the minimum flow to ensure that there's supply available for the town of Oamaru. And although the town does not use that much water is needed to be taken into the scheme's intake because it's got a long way to go before it gets to Oamaru itself. So the Oamaru take component of that take consent is not subject to the minimum flows that the irrigation parts of it are.
Right. And is the treatment facility for the residential is that closer to Oamaru?
Yes, so in my map on page 10,
Yeah.
it's at the WDC reservoir.
Oh, yes. Otherwise, very informative, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
For the full. Thank you.
I've just found the Waitaki Iwi management plan, and from my colleague to my left, I noticed that it's been done by Environment Canterbury.
Yeah, well, I'm going to seek the government of this issue. I talked to someone in Coolio, they don't live in Canterbury, they live in Otago.
It depends, it's split, isn't it? DB and States, the pub. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
That's one for those terrorist corporation stuff. Ms. Sullivan. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Some for those terrorist corporation stuff. Ms. Sullivan. Mr. Slippery.
Kia ora, Duncan Kenderdine is my name.
Oh, right.
And online we have Suze Keith and hopefully Morgan Slyfield in one moment, who's presenting our legal submissions.
Yes, kia ora. I'm online. I don't know if you can hear me clearly now.
Thank you. Ms. Sullivan is going to depart, not out of any disrespect for anybody, but I had indicated when Christchurch International Airport Limited gave their presentation that she was concerned that there was an involvement from a business partner of hers in some aspect, which I don't think personally would have been disqualifying out of excess of caution. She took that stance to part when they presented. She's similarly going to do so today. Right. Thank you. So, Slyfield, are you commencing or?
If it's okay, since I'm here,
Yep.
and we would like to thank the administration and yourself for allowing us this slot. It allowed me to finish riding my bicycle from Cape Rang to Bluff on Tuesday, so that I could be here in person. We are representing the Sustainable Terrace here today. We have brief submissions which are being handed out before you. And we propose reading through today's submissions, and then we will invite questions at the end of both of the legal and our submissions, if that's appropriate for the chair. We would also like to hope the panel will forgive any amateur misdemeanors we may accidentally deliver in our submission today. Suze will be highlighting the integrated management and ecology components, as I will be addressing the infrastructure and energy and transport areas. Just may be useful by background, which isn't in our submission, because it's pertinent just to me, is that I have a Bachelor of Building Science and a Bachelor of Architecture from Victoria University. I've had almost 30 years in designing, building and maintaining infrastructure of social, economic, transport and three waters nature. For instance, I led the team designing and building the Otago Region Corrections Facility down in Milton some 15 years ago. My family's had links with the Upper Clutha region since my grandfather bought land near Luggett over 50 years ago. With that, I'll pass over to Suze.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Yes, we can. Ko Suze Keith Aho. I have a Master's in Environmental Studies, and my day job is working as a climate change advisor at Greater Wellington Regional Council. However, today I'm appearing in an independent capacity, of course, representing Sustainable Terrace. So Sustainable Terrace was established in 2020 with the objective to engage with residents of Central Otago and wider New Zealand on sustainability issues affecting our region. To inform and stimulate discussion, it represents significant public interest affecting sustainability in the Upper Clutha, such as today's process. Terrace is a small township on the edge of the Lindis Valley, is the gateway for visitors who arrive by road from the north to Central Otago, Wanaka and Queenstown, and it's surrounded by significant natural areas, outstanding natural landscapes and features, natural wetlands, significant amenity landscapes, and the Clutha, Matao River and Lindis River. I'd like to draw your attention to page 12 of our submission document. There you will find a map of the area that we are discussing. And on that map, there is an orange triangle which demarks the land that the council-controlled organisation and property developer Christchurch International Airport has purchased. You will see it's nested amongst the Matao Scientific Reserve, the Lochaburn Scenic Reserve, Lauder Basin Conservation Area, Nene Ikura Conservation Area, the Bendigo Scientific Reserve Conservation Area, Lake Dunstan, Bendigo Wetland, Lochaburn Scenic Reserve, and the Pisa Conservation Area, and kind of surrounded by the Lindis River and then the mighty Clutha Matao. This is the place we're talking about today. Ironically, it took the threat of this of the airport buying this land for us to realise that we needed to get organised as a community if we were to ensure our community voice and values were reflected in the future of Terrace. Like many populations in Otago, we're a small, passionate community. We've got a really strong sense of the national and international treasure that is Central Otago, and feel a great sense of responsibility and guardianship about this special place that is fragile and for which the character would be irreversibly changed with large-scale infrastructure development. We note that of the submitters participating in the hearings, other than local and central government and perhaps advocacy bodies such as Forest and Bird and Fish and Game, the vast majority represent economic imperatives and infrastructure development. And this has encouraged us to pursue this process and appear in front of you today to help contribute to this really important document. So CIAL has submitted on the proposed Otago Regional Policy Statement, the pORPS, to reduce environmental protection in order to smooth the way for their proposed airport development. CIAL seeks to broaden the definition of regionally significant infrastructure so as to in future get their proposed airport included within this definition, and presents evidence suggesting a functional need and operational need for this airport in central Otago. As a volunteer community and committee with constrained time and expertise, we've been unable to canvass the pORPS in its entirety. Rather, we're focused on the areas of immediate concern to us today, and particularly those clauses CIAL seeks to influence for its new airport and associated retail commercial development. We've drawn on the local knowledge and professional expertise of our Sustainable Terrace Committee members in order to inform our submission. And we really thank the panel for allowing us to combine our submission points on the EIT, Eco and IM chapters, as multiple appearances would have been too difficult. We thank the Otago Regional Council for the Section 42A reports, which have provided us some real insights, and thanks lastly to Kate McKinlay, who's helped me a number of times as we navigate our involvement in these hearings. So we find ourselves really encouraged by the alignment of our comments and recommendations with broader conversations going on nationally, regionally and locally about how we transition away from resource management, which has degraded environmental outcomes, to a system which reflects an integrated management approach to natural and built assets, and an increased recognition of the need to protect the natural environment upon which our existence depends. We note these strong common threads within the following: the Randerson report and the resource management system reform, in particular, the focus of integrated management approach in the spatial planning bill with the regional spatial strategies, the various national policy statements and standards current and under development, the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment's report, pristine, popular and perilled, the environmental consequences of projected tourism growth, noting that it says, despite a long-standing emphasis on sustainability, the existing policy mix is unlikely to prevent a worsening of tourism's environmental burden, and that a different approach will be needed to head off that future. In 2022, the Infrastructure Commission released a report, Rotaki Hananga o Aotearoa New Zealand Infrastructure Strategy, which highlights the role of infrastructure has in protecting the environment through a coordinated and planned approach. Local strategies and plans, such as the Central Otago District Council's Clutha River Plan, Economic Development Strategy, Sustainability Strategy, Tourism Strategy and Brand Strategy, all align with what we're going to be talking about today. Getting even more local, local communities surveyed in Wanaka and the Upper Clutha area, including Terrace and its immediate surround, 72% on average have expressed clear opposition to a new airport, as well as the expansion of tourism in the region, particularly in light of its impact on the natural environment, climate change, constrained infrastructure needed to support it, limits to the natural environment that support surrounding road infrastructure, so alpine passes and river gorges, as you know. CODC and the Queenstown Lakes District Council have been working with their communities to develop destination management plans, both from communities serving the interests of tourism to tourism working to support communities and reflect the core values of the place within which they operate. Both documents also recognise the need for regenerative practices to ensure the natural capital of the district is sustained and enhanced. Just last month, distinguished Professor James Hyam from Otago University and 10 other leading New Zealand academics with expertise in tourism, climate change, governance, kaupapa Māori, disaster economics, political science and international relations, to just mention a few, have issued an open letter to airport owners Christchurch City Council strongly opposing this airport development on several grounds and urging Christchurch City Council to cancel these plans. Since issuing their letter last month, the signatory group of academics has grown significantly. And then very close to home, the CODC has been working with the terrace community, and Sustainable Terrace has been involved in this, to update the terrace community plan. The highest value qualities of the township are its community, the peace and quiet, and the beautiful landscape and countryside. So now I move on to page 5, where we comment on those 5 policy areas as listed. We don't see this regional policy statement as stuck in time, nor are we stuck in time, as framed by the CIAL lawyer, Ms. Appleyard, earlier this week. Rather, we see it as a thoughtful approach to ka mua ka muri, a Māori whakatauki that many will know means walking backwards into the future. And we applaud the authors and yourselves for grappling with these really difficult challenges that we have in front of us. So we hope that the direction we give you is useful to your cause. Like Duncan said, we apologise for any sort of errors in language because we are relative lay people in this space. So I'm starting with the integrated management P1 and P2, which have been merged in the section 42A report. As a backgrounder, the author describes the degradation of the natural environment under existing frameworks and recommends where there is a tension between provisions, it's appropriate to favour environmental caution. Sustainable Terrace notes that balancing the goals under the Resource Management Act has contributed to the degradation of the natural environment, as well as an unintegrated management of natural resources, and we agree that environment protection must take precedence. We support the section 42A wording of INP1, the way it prioritises the natural environment. However, we request a change to the wording of subclause 1. We agree with the legal submission of Kaitahu, which they presented on 2nd of February this year, where including the health needs of the people conflates the cumulative safeguards, and that the prioritisation of the health needs of people is already covered by the inclusion of life supporting capacity and MODI. Moving on to our second policy, integrated management P14, human impact. So pages 8 to 9 of the supplementary evidence version describes the diverse geography, landscapes, economies, populations, flora and fauna and climate of the Otago region. So given this diversity, it's really important that environmental limits are set with local environmental issues and drivers in mind. And I heard this mentioned this morning. In section 6.25.3, page 90 of the section 42A report, the author considers the submission points on environmental limits and seeks to clarify the statement. We agree that this is a major issue and seek further clarification on the methods used to set environmental limits. We recommend that the panel ensures that local environmental issues and characteristics are considered in the setting of environmental limits. It's important for several reasons, but just to give you a couple of examples which are familiar to Sustainable Terrace. The settings of the National Policy Statement for highly productive land categories. While nationally, soil categories of 4 and 5 are seen as unproductive, it's often these soils that have produced the finest wine in Central Otago. A second example would be the level of light pollution, air quality and noise level that currently exists in a place. For somewhere like Terrace, we have extraordinarily low light pollution, extraordinarily good air quality, and extraordinarily good noise levels. If these are then reflected in a nationally set or even broad regional level, then it's likely that the natural environment is able to be degraded. And it's also noted that these qualities are relevant not just to human well-being, but also to biodiversity sustainability. And we note that this recommendation aligns with point 143.3b, page 33 of the section 42A Introduction and General Themes report, which talks about environmental limits may be set at different levels for different circumstances and location. Secondly, we oppose the inclusion of the words wherever practicable, a concept which also features in IMN1 clause 6 on page 129 of the pORPS supplementary evidence. Wherever practical should be deleted as a concept unless there is a strict definition. Next, we support again the 8 February 2023 submission points of Kaitahu, requesting the retention of IMP 15, the requirements of a precautionary approach, particularly with the uncertain but significant impacts of climate change here now. A precautionary approach to decision-making becomes of primary concern, and we support the argument that Kaitahu puts up in that document. Sustainable Terrace does not support the inclusion of an additional subclause 3 as proposed by CIAL in their primary evidence, which reads as preserve opportunities for future generations by recognising that regionally significant infrastructure provides an important public benefit and may have functional or operational needs which should be recognised and taken into account. We oppose the introduction of the additional clause and note that it was also opposed in the section 42A report. Lastly, we'd like the panel to consider that perhaps with the ideas in the spatial planning bill around regional spatial planning, master planning, and the introduction of regional spatial strategies, that perhaps any really large scale infrastructure should be held off until such a master planning exercise can happen. We understand that's a big ask given that it's in the courts at the moment and there's an election this year, but we just wonder whether there's something rather than waiting for that to happen. Perhaps this regional policy statement can champion that integrated management master planning approach in order to get really effective and efficient infrastructure. You know, creation of such a spatial plan will work on the principle that all other large-scale asset owners will be able to fund and deliver the necessary supporting infrastructure without impacting the local community. And then for our Eco P6 commentary around maintaining Indigenous biodiversity, cyclones Hale and Gabrielle have demonstrated that we are part of a climate disrupted world, and without bold measures in place to protect the natural environment, human health and well-being will be increasingly impacted. A healthy community and thriving economy is entirely dependent on a stable biosphere, and protecting and restoring our Indigenous biodiversity is an integral and essential part of this. We note that in the pORPS supplementary evidence version, rich and varied biodiversity has been lost. We also note that Chapter 6 on integrated management about the degraded state of natural biodiversity in the Otago region. So this to us suggests that no further degradation can be afforded. So while we strongly support the intent of Eco P6, we oppose the first word. Maintaining Otago's Indigenous biodiversity is not enough. We're starting from a degraded base. So we've recommended drawing on clause 5A of the Natural and Built Environment Bill. With the system outcome, they've suggested the wording, the protection of, or if degraded, restoration of, followed by what it is you're trying to protect. So we would recommend that the panel considers whether maintaining Indigenous biodiversity is strong enough for this important document. This also applies to Eco P4 for provision for new activity. We strongly support Eco P8 and P10 as worded in the section 42A report. So Eco P6 5B states that if residual effects cannot be compensated for in accordance with APP4, then the activity is to be avoided. CIAL proposes on page 9 of their original submission to delete this clause, as they claim residual effects will mostly be less than minor or de minimis. They argue that activity avoidance, if there are residual effects, cannot be offset or compensated for, is not warranted. There are several issues with this approach in our view. For example, one, it's in conflict with the intent of Eco P6 to maintain or protect, restore Indigenous biodiversity. And secondly, measurement and forecasts of residual effects or indeed offsetting impacts are highly problematic. As per the discussion in IMP1, I've already read that out. We must favour Indigenous biodiversity. So we oppose the deletion of clause 5B as proposed by CAAL and strongly support the section 42A report wording. Ngā mihi, I'll now hand to Duncan to talk about regionally significant infrastructure. Thank you.
Thanks, Suze. Realising that there has been a significant amount of, Suze, have you got the speaker on? The significant amount of discussion around the regionally significant infrastructure. We do, however, feel it necessary to make some points. CIAL seeks to broaden this definition and allow for the future inclusion of other airports, aerodromes. We do not see this as appropriate. The current regionally significant infrastructure definition captures
You have got a telephone in your pocket or something.
I do.
Sometimes I've been hearing this where it's made a difference. I don't know.
Is that better?
Yeah, seems to be.
How about that? We do not see this as
Swap microphone.
swap with this one. How do I turn this one off?
Right hand button.
Right hand button.
Yeah.
A moment, please. Try that again.
That's it, much better.
Okay. We do not see this as appropriate. The current regionally significant infrastructure definition captures infrastructure that has a functional need and operational need to be in a particular location, or has a historical reason for being there. And environmental trade-offs are therefore made in various RMA or the proposed Otago Regional Policy Statement clauses for these infrastructures. They include lifelines infrastructure such as roads, electricity, telecommunication, and water assets. Existing airports were historically also included. For the newly proposed airport in Central Otago, or other parts of Otago for that matter, neither a functional need nor an operational need in the proposed location is apparent or demonstrated. In addition, if a new airport, if approved, would be afforded significant additional protections under the Airport Authorities Act, sections 3, 4, and 9, that allowed for the building of solar electricity generation, possible hydrogen production facilities, hotels, car parkings, including rental fuel stations, car rental fuel stations, restaurants, etc., that would then likely also fall under this regionally significant infrastructure. I would also like, if I can take a moment there, point out we are not necessarily against renewable electricity generation. We are just pointing out that the way that these acts work together basically changes a rural community and significantly outstanding natural landscape area and fills it with light industry. To assume a new airport proposal as future regionally significant infrastructure, which would then receive the same concessions as established airports, were afforded in the past under very different approval conditions, as well as infrastructure that has a clear functional and operation need to be in a particular location, is not appropriate. Of note is that a new airport in this region is basically acting as a land development activity in competition to other airports and other nearby businesses. A large percentage of airport annual revenue and profit comes from these ancillary activities, rather than the pure flight-related activity. This predominantly does not apply to the other types of infrastructure included under the definition of regionally significant infrastructure. For instance, we would not expect a new Transpower type organisation to set up new transmission lines in sensitive areas merely to provide for the opportunity to provide car parking income, restaurants and motels. Lifeline infrastructure does not include this new proposed airport. With regard to the definition of airports and aerodromes, we urge caution to assume they can be interpreted as interchangeable in the various higher order documents and the regional policy statement as proposed. We rather suspect aerodromes do not have additional facilities as mentioned above included, whereas airports do, i.e. aerodromes to be mere airfields, airports to have all the additional facilities. And I note Mr. Slyfield will talk to this as well. So we ask that a clear assessment is made of these likely differences in the relevant acts and higher order documents before assuming interchangeability. Likewise, we would like to express our concerns regarding the proposed 30-seater aeroplane definition. We're concerned this may in future exclude smaller airports such as Cromwell, Alexandra, who do not currently operate these services regularly and may for various reasons not be able to, and are classified under regionally significant infrastructure as lifeline utility airports. And I'll leave the reference there. I'll turn now to P13 of the EIT INF. In our Rautaki Hanana Aotearoa New Zealand Infrastructure Strategy, Te Waihanga, the Infrastructure Commission, notes the critical need to maximise the use of existing infrastructure for reduced cost and reduced carbon emissions. Sustainable Terrace fully supports the notify clause in the Section 42A report. In our view, a terrace airport development is the absolute antithesis of this clause. It is an ad hoc, unnecessary, and draws attention away from maximising existing infrastructure within the broader region. The proposed notified clause EIT INF P13 partially protects our unique Central Otago natural environments and landscapes from questionable semi-industrial development and its effects, and is a cornerstone of the proposed regional policy statement objective for more appropriate environmental protections. This is currently only partially so, as an airport may be built on land bordering significant natural areas, outstanding natural features and landscapes, natural wetlands and water bodies, etc. The enabling outcomes and effects of an airport in these bordering locations, flights, emissions, noise, air quality, light pollution, etc., are such that they will significantly affect these neighbouring areas and the values we hold about them in ways that current policy statements do not cover. As such, we need to be very careful affording an airport, particularly a proposed one, has as yet to eventuate, or any other significant proposal of a similar nature, an easier path to locating its infrastructure in or adjacent to these areas. We therefore support the proposed plan definition of P13. Seeking to delete this clause in its entirety as submitted by CIAL's original submission, page 10, and seeking to delete avoidance after being able to meet offsetting and or compensation demonstrates a lack of respect for the environment by the developer and its desire to seek easier approval paths at all cost. Minute 6, caucusing on regionally significant issues. Regionally significant infrastructure issues. Given the lengthy and engaged discussion in sessions such as the CIAL submissions and questions, we are concerned about the secondary and exclusive process of caucusing by selected RSI parties who can afford planning experts to participate, but not others. As a side note, having appeared before the Environment Court before, I do understand some of the efficiency that this creates. However, for Sustainable Terraces works to amplify the contributions of entities seeking economic outcomes and diminishes the community voice, given only expert planners are invited to participate. We have reservations about what this process might create, and if any proposed wording or changes to the regional policy are proposed out of this scoping, then we ask respectfully that they must be circulated to all submitters for opportunity to consider and respond to consideration for the panel. That concludes our first part of our submission, and you see the attached documents on that. I now ask Morgan Slyfield to address his legal subs.
Thank you. And can I just confirm, you should have my legal submissions in a written form in front of you, commissioners.
Yes, we have.
Thank you. So these submissions are made for Sustainable Terrace. They focus on some very specific core propositions raised by Christchurch Airport's request for amendments to the definition of regionally significant infrastructure. And as you've already heard, Sustainable Terrace is opposed to the changes to that definition. Firstly, this is not the forum for assessing the merits of a possible future airport at Terrace. Plainly, it is not the role of this panel to assess the merits of a possible future airport at Terrace. That, or indeed any other future airport proposal in Otago, is a matter for future processes under the RMA. To this extent, Sustainable Terrace and Christchurch Airport seem to be in agreement, along with other relevant submitters such as Queenstown Airport and Dunedin Airport. To be clear though, you are being asked by Christchurch Airport to decide that a new airport is likely to be needed within the region within the life of this RPS. CIAL's contention is that this is so likely that it is inappropriate for the RPS to rely on existing airport infrastructure to meet demand. CIAL's position regarding the need for a new airport is contested. Sustainable Terrace observes that the Lower South Island has approximately 7% of the New Zealand population, and a new international airport would mean it has 50% of the international capable airports. There is significant spare capacity reported into the future for Queenstown, Dunedin, Invercargill and Christchurch airports. Sustainable Terrace asks that you think critically about CIAL's premise that the surplus of airports currently servicing the region is insufficient. The RPS as notified does not prevent a new airport from gaining RMA approval. If you conclude, contrary to the above submissions, that there is a need for the RPS to enable a new airport to be developed in the region within the life of this RPS, then you must focus on CIAL's next premise. CIAL contends that the RPS as notified somehow prevents a new airport from gaining RMA approval. CIAL says all it is doing is creating a potential pathway for a new airport to gain the requisite RMA approval. As Mr. Bonis put it, CIAL is seeking to open the door. The implication is that the door is presently closed, which is not correct. In reality, the door is already open, as I will outline below, and what CIAL is actually seeking is that it is opened further. The RPS does not preclude an application for a new airport from being made, whether that takes the form of consenting or designation or some combination of the two. Approval for a new airport can be sought, and under the RPS as notified, the application would be assessed on its merits against all usual RMA requirements. This would include the policy P13 to avoid, as a first priority, locating the airport in any of the following areas. And I won't read that list out to you. You'll be well familiar with those as Section 6 matters, and you've heard them many times in relation to P13. As a second priority, if it were not possible to avoid such areas altogether, then the policy would require adverse effects on the values that contribute to the area's outstanding nature or significance to be avoided. That provides any party with a pathway to seek approval for a new airport within the life of this RPS. It is a pathway that ensures the proponent prioritizes avoiding his standing nature or significance, and if that is not possible, then the project is designed and managed to ensure adverse effects on the relevant values are avoided. There is a more permissive pathway for RSI. A party proposing to develop RSI must still prioritise avoiding areas with outstanding nature or significance, but if that cannot be done, then it may revert to lesser standards under the effect management hierarchy. That is, instead of avoiding effect, the effect may be remedied, mitigated, offset, or compensated, or otherwise minimize the relevant adverse effect. What this discloses in my submission is that there are, in fact, two pathways for approval. One for infrastructure generally, and one for infrastructure that is regionally significant. A new airport that is not yet treated as regionally significant infrastructure can still gain approval under the first pathway. So the RSI definition as notified does not mean that the region is necessarily reliant on existing airports or their growth to meet demand. If a party like CIAL considers there is demand for a new airport, the RPS enables them to put forward an application and ensures the merits of such a proposal will be fully and properly assessed. I submit it is misleading for CIAL to contend that its proposal merely opens the door or creates a pathway. The door is ajar, the pathway exists. What CIAL proposes is that a future project for a new airport should have an easier pathway than the RPS already provides. Final topic is, how should the panel think about airports' ancillary commercial activities? In its legal submissions and evidence, Christchurch Airport articulated a position regarding activities that are ancillary to an airport's core air transport function. I submit there are two notable aspects of its position. First is CIAL's reliance on the McElroy decision. The proposition that Ms. Appleyard advanced in oral submissions was that the court's definition is certainly quite different from Mr. Langman. You will recall this arose in response to the clarification Mr. Langman gave that if NSI, that's nationally significant infrastructure, is included in the definition of RSI, as Mr. Langman recommends, then this also imports the part of the NSI definition that explicitly excludes an airport's ancillary commercial activity. In my submission, what is notable about this exchange is CIAL's reliance on court decisions entirely unrelated to the scheme of the RMA or the meaning of RSI. The McElroy decision concerned a claim against Auckland Airport in relation to land it had acquired from Craigie Trust under the Public Works Act. Craigie Trust argued the airport no longer required the land and was therefore obliged under the Public Works Act to offer the land back to the Craigie Trust. It was in this context that the courts examined what an airport and an aerodrome is. The courts clearly concluded that a modern day airport or aerodrome encompasses a variety of facilities that has changed over time. But the courts were not tasked with assessing whether Auckland Airport was regionally significant infrastructure or what the appropriate meaning of that phrase might be. It is not surprising, therefore, that the court's definition differed from Mr. Langman, as they were not attempting to define the same thing. The courts in McElroy were concerned with what is an airport in the policy context of public works acquisition and disposition. In contrast, Mr. Langman is concerned with what is regionally significant infrastructure in the policy context of sustainable management of natural and physical resources. In my submission, you need to be cautious about drawing from McElroy any conclusions of the sort that CIAL seems to be inviting. I understand Ms. Appleyard intends to provide further interpretive guidance to you, along with copies of the McElroy decision. And Sustainable Terrace wishes to reserve the right to file further submissions in response to that interpretive guidance if it addresses new matters. The second noteworthy aspect of this topic is the view Mr. Bonas expressed orally for Christchurch Airport that the time for working out what activities are in or out of the RSI definition relevant to airports is when a notice of requirement or plan change for a new airport is put forward. Questions about what's included and what's excluded can of course be inherently difficult to resolve in the abstract. A concrete proposal enables the analysis to be undertaken in a more definitive way. However, that is missing the point. The task in front of this panel is to establish the RSI definition for the purposes of the RPS. The consequences of the RSI definition are significant. As covered above, an activity that is RSI is not required to avoid adverse effects on significant or outstanding values. The conundrum this creates for airports is that the significant or outstanding values in question might be compromised for the sake of enabling commercial activities such as banks, food courts, retail outlets, offices, and hotels, none of which, in the absence of an airport, could conceivably be called infrastructure, let alone regionally significant. In this respect, airports are distinct from all other forms of infrastructure covered in the RSI definition. None of those other forms of infrastructure incorporate ancillary commercial activities in the same way. This, in my submission, is the logical reason behind the explicit exclusion of commercial activity from the definition of NSI. The same reasoning suggests the definition of RSI should not be approached any differently. In conclusion, there is no question that the RPS, like all RMA planning instruments, must be forward-looking. However, that does not mean this panel needs to determine how the future airport infrastructure needs of the region might be met. Nor does it mean that the panel must assume there will be a need that cannot be met by the existing infrastructure, or that there needs to be an easier approval path for a possible new airport based on such an assumption. Rather, I submit, firstly, the panel should assess critically what evidence it has that there is likely to be any need within the life of this RPS for air transport infrastructure that cannot be met by the region's existing airports, including growth or development of those airports. And on this matter, I note CIAL's position is contested by QAC. Secondly, the panel should be cautious about conflating the type of assessment made by the courts in McElroy with the type of assessment required to determine what is and what is not regionally significant infrastructure in an RMA setting. Thirdly, the panel should be mindful that modern airports involve a host of ancillary commercial activities that ought not to displace values of an outstanding nature or significance under Section 6 of the RMA or other national directives, such as the MPSFM or MPS HPL. And finally, contrary to CIAL's evidence and submissions, there is a pathway for CIAL or any other party to seek RMA approval for a new airport in the region under the RPS as notified. The only other thing I wanted to say there is that Ms. Appleyard, I think quite accurately indicated in her oral submission that a relatively commonplace RMA approval form for an airport would be a notice of requirement for a designation that would cover the land uses and regional consent to cover the aspects that a designation cannot legally cover. But I would observe that oftentimes the motive for a designation approach to RMA approval is to protect an area of land in advance of a project proceeding, effectively to earmark the area of land and preclude incompatible activities from proceeding until the project is ready to proceed. And in this instance, knowing that CIAL has acquired an area of land for which it has the aspirations for a new airport at Terrace, that's a motive that wouldn't seem to be in play. And then the second aspect that is often the case in relation to a designation approval is that it paves the way for acquisition of property by the intended developer of an airport. And again, here CIAL has moved beyond that, it seems, by acquiring land already. Whether that is sufficient or not remains to be seen. But I merely put that on the table because I think it indicates that whilst the designation and regional consents is a relatively commonplace form for an RMA approval to take for a new airport development, some of the motives for designation might not be the same here as they would typically be. And it is a rather speculative exercise at the end of the day to try to second guess what form of approval might be sought in due course if there is a proposal brought forward for a new airport. And that could include plan change, of course, which is one of the options that Mr. Bonus referred to. So that is all I wish to say by way of legal submissions, but as has been indicated, I'm happy to take questions on the legal aspects, and Duncan and Suze are both prepared to take questions on any of the aspects that they have addressed you on.
Thank you, Mr. Slyfield, and thank all three of you. I'll open questions for Commissioner Cubitt.
Yes, thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Slyfield. I'm glad you did note that this forum is not about the Terrace Airport. It's not the game we're in. We can't be concerned about a specific proposal. And we've been asked to consider a range of different infrastructure that should be considered in that definition. And you're right, it is about a pathway for those things in certain environments. And you also correctly highlight that the whole planning process is about looking forward. So we have to consider those matters. And in that context, I'm struggling with the definition. We're not struggling. The Queenstown Lakes, the Queenstown Airport Council made a comment in relation to the nationally significant infrastructure definition about airports. And it uses the word any airport used for, and suggested that that had to be an airport that was existing, which is not consistent with probably the rest of the infrastructure that's identified there, because lots of parts of that aren't existing that will need to be considered as we move forward in that context of looking forward. So I'm wondering what your interpretation of that is, because if an airport, regardless of it being at Terrace or not, meet the definition of NSI, this is all just an irrelevant argument because it's already provided for in the RPS.
So I put myself on mute there. So
some say I put myself on mute.
Could I take one step back from that, because my understanding, and I can be corrected by Duncan or Suze on this if I've misunderstood it, is that Sustainable Terraces position is one of support for the definition of RSI as it was notified, and the introduction of wording that would clarify, as I think Mr. Langman is suggesting, that NSI is within the definition, is something that comes out of Mr. Langman's supplementary or the 42A reporting, and I don't think that is in fact something that Sustainable Terrace does support. So I need to start really just with that clarification, but I understand the question that you're asking, and it's about what weight to put on the definitions use of that word used. And I don't, to be fair, it's not something that I have given the same degree of thought to as counsel for QAC. I did listen with interest to her submissions on that, and I have not really sought to analyze that in any greater detail myself. But I would say that I have undertaken an incomplete exercise, but a partial exercise of casting around the country, looking at how other RPSs have approached this their need to address regionally significant infrastructure. And it does appear to me, and I can't say this is the case for all RPSs, but it does appear to me relatively commonplace from those that I've looked at for airports to be named and identified as the existing airports within a given region without any widening of that to be more forward-looking towards future airport development. And I can't really take that much further either. I don't think it's obvious on its face why that approach has been taken, other than to say that with existing infrastructure, we know what we're dealing with, and we know some of the trade-offs that might have been made already in order for that infrastructure to be where it is and to operate as it does. Whereas with new infrastructure, we are yet to confront some of those difficult questions.
Yeah, okay, thank you for that. I think, yeah, the issue is still live in the sense of new transmission, that you don't know what the issues are going to be faced, but yeah, take the point there. I guess the remainder of my questions are for Ms. Keith and Mr. Kinderdine. I think it was in paragraph 8C, you talked about the long-standing emphasis on sustainability, etc., around tourism. And we have had evidence from Real NZ today, actually, and in the Queenstown Airport, actually, that they are seriously looking at how they deal with that issue, and more about quality rather than quantity. And I'm just wondering, has your group been a part of, and I can't recall the reference, but there is some group that is looking at that. I'm just wondering if you guys have been a part of that process.
Not that I'm aware
Sorry,
of.
could you just turn your microphone?
Sorry, Councillor Cubitt, not as I'm aware of as a group, but as individuals within the group, there are people involved in some of the aspects of the Central Otago District conversations, realising that, of course, the Queenstown Lakes area is also a different territorial authority.
Yeah.
And a slightly different conversation from the Central Otago District, which is where the proposed terrace land development is.
Yeah, okay, and sort of connected to that was the terrace community plan, which I think Ms. Keith referred to. I'm assuming that's a part of the planning for or development of the new or proposed Central Otago District Plan, rather than as a response to what's happening in Terrace now. Was that always, because there's actually quite a lot happening in Terrace. There's gold mines, there's also proposed in your neck of the woods.
Yeah, which is kind of concerning, really, when you look at the nature of the landscape and the environmental risks and the headline effort of the regional policy statement to not degrade and in fact improve the existing environment. The sorts of heavy industry we're talking about with open cast gold mines the size of Macrae's with the cyanide that goes with that, and fractured rock, etc., is very concerning. To your point, though, the community plan, I think, is some years old, and I might even say decades old, and that's why that's being updated.
So there is an existing community plan for terrace.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not possibly at the level of detail that we now, in today's world, all think of in terms of spatial plans, where people might be talking about allocating particular areas for particular activities.
Yeah.
The existing one, as far as I'm aware. But I would have to say I'm not particularly au fait with that.
Yeah.
Other members are involved in that.
Yeah. I was just interested in the interface with this process and how all that's panning out for you. But some of you've raised a number of points in relation to some of the policies, and we've had various submissions on those, so I won't go into those. But thank you. Your evidence was very useful. Thank you.
My comment and maybe questions maybe more focused towards Ms. Keith, and that is looking at the issue of integrated management across the board and the wider sustainability aspects of some of the things that she's picked up from Ngaitahu. I'm interested that you took on board a number of things in the Kaitahu submissions, which all point in that direction. It's around the long-term sustainability, be able to integrate, have an integrated management process, and the whole Kiuta Kitai thing that you used another analogy, I think the Haere Kimuri, go backwards to come forward kind of stuff, which is kind of amounts to the same thing. It's a holistic view of the world that I'm hearing coming through from sustainable terrace. I don't know terrace at all, to be honest, but you can pick up certain aspects about it from listening to what your concerns are. And I just wondered whether there was anything more around the sort of Kaitahu broader concerns around the RPS that have struck you, and what they might be and what they might mean. And I'm not just talking about the airport issue, I'm talking about sort of more broader Central Otago sort of issues.
Suze, did you get that, and can you respond?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Kirikiri. So yes, was listening very closely. I can't speak any more broadly than the 5 policy areas because we haven't canvassed the whole PORPS. But the reason why the February submission of Kaitahu, and I didn't go to the primary evidence, so I'm only referring to the February evidence, is because it spoke to what we're trying to achieve as sustainable terrace, is that way of looking holistically across the landscape, holistically across the community, holistically across our social, cultural and environmental needs, and thinking more deeply about what does this future look like. I think previously the ad hoc development of infrastructure has slowly chipped away, and we've lost focus on the importance of the connections between the parts. And so we've considered the economy in isolation to the people, in isolation to the natural environment. And this, to me, this document with its focus on integrated management and Kiuta Kitai, as you mentioned, is a really great opportunity to see how we can put that into practice. The documents that we reviewed, which we have identified align with our position today, have come from a whole variety of sources, and yet we still seem to have barriers in the way of implementing this holistic, integrated approach. And so it takes all those parties that are involved coming together, and the regional council has a real role, a leadership role in this space, in helping to bring together the really diverse communities and geographies and climates of the Otago region to start considering from that master planning perspective, what does happen best where? You know, and previously that's been done district by district and infrastructure provider by infrastructure provider. And so that's the part of Kaitahu's submission that really appealed to us. And secondly, the precautionary principle argument that they made really appealed not just to sustainable terrace, but also to me as a climate change advisor, because confronted by climate change, there's a massive amount of uncertainty, but that shouldn't be a reason to go with what we have, which is in number 20.20 in the Kaitahu submission. It should actually be a reason to apply a truly precautionary approach to get as deep an understanding of the issues as we possibly can. So climate change is not going to just impact us from the physical perspective, it's going to impact us from the decarbonisation perspective as well. So what are our economies going to look like, especially the Otago region, if 25% of the economy is tourism? What's that going to look like if we start to see, as the informed leaders have proposed, the group of academics that wrote to Christchurch City Council, what's that going to look like if international tourism declines because of a form of flight shame, where people do not want to be doing short trips over long journeys, or whether it looks like the take-up of hydrogen or sustainable aviation fuels, which currently cost 4 to 5 times more. So what does that look like for that economy? And where is that conversation being had? You know, listening to the ski field participants this morning, going higher, how much higher are you going to go on a mountain? And applying that in an environmental sense, climate change is going to deliver distinctions of high level natural ecosystems and species because they will have nowhere else to go. And I wonder whether tourism is potentially in its current design on the same route because it will have nowhere else to go. So what I'd really like to see this type of document delivering are those really big holistic conversations where you bring all those parties and all those perspectives around the table to identify those common values so that we're able to reflect those values in a joined up way, rather than battling them out in an environment court where you're simply discussing the merits of one word versus another. You know, these conversations are much richer than that. I hope that answered your question. Kia ora.
No, it has, but I think the issues around climate change, the unknown, we've had a glimpse of that already with COVID, right? In tourism. We've got a sense of what some of this stuff might end up looking like already, you know, so it's not as though it's a complete mystery at this stage. Now, I take your point about, you know, if we're not thinking about these things now, we ought to be, and I'm sure we are to a certain extent, we do so to our own detriment.
I think what COVID showed us is how fragile some of these industries are and can be. And therefore, that only raises the bar about how much of them we invest into the future versus what the Infrastructure Commission is saying. We don't have enough infrastructure investment in New Zealand in the right things today, whether it be Three Waters reform, not wanting to go into that debate, but Three Waters reform, road resilience, renewable energy. If we're going to spend billions of dollars on something, and I see today Auckland Airport's just doing a wee amendment to their buildings for 3.9 billion. If we're going to spend that sort of money in Central Otago, what are we spending it on? Who is going to benefit and how long will it last? Because the worst thing we could do is allow things that are stranded assets to be built, which we are all paying for as ratepayers and taxpayers for centuries.
Yeah. I mean, you get to the old classic observation that people make that what's good for the goose may not necessarily be good for the gander. So, you know, the Ponka Wallas in Wellington might be saying one thing, But does it really matter in Terrace, or does it apply in Terrace? You know, it's that kind of conversation that often misses the point, or you end up talking past each other. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
I haven't got much in the way of questions, but Mr. Slyfield, I was just struggled yesterday to understand why Queenstown Airport were supporting the inclusion of the nationally significant infrastructure in the RSI when they were opposing what seemed to actually be conveyed by that amendment occurring. In other words, as Commissioner Cubitt has said, nationally significant infrastructure doesn't specifically refer to any particular location for an airport. It just talks about any airport, but excludes its ancillary commercial activity. So I take it from what you said in response to Mr. Cubitt that you would be advising Terrace to oppose that for that reason.
Well, yeah, that's my understanding that is Sustainable Terrace's position, that they don't support that amendment. But I think probably there is also a more nuanced position within that, and whether it's one that ultimately finds favour with you or not is something that's a question for you. But I think that's the position that Council for QAC was articulating around the word used within that definition, and the fact that it signified that meant that the advantages conferred by qualifying as NSI and therefore qualifying as RSI, if that amendment to the RSI definition is made, those advantages are only conferred at the point in time when the infrastructure is already in existence and being used. So I think in a principled sense, Sustainable Terrace and QAC are effectively advocating for the same outcome, which is that at the stage of seeking RMA approval, any new airport would be subject to a regular full assessment against P13 rather than the more streamlined or easier pathway that is available to RSI. So I don't discern a difference in that position between Sustainable Terrace and QAC, but I think we possibly see different ways that needs to be achieved in terms of the words in the RPS.
Yep, thank you. Mr. Kenderdine or Ms. Keith, I'm not sure who would be best to answer it. You may or may not have the knowledge, but just looking at on my blowing up on my phone the map of the triangle area that's identified, you see the name Maori Point Road. What's behind the Maori Point?
Well, as was discussed yesterday, I believe, or maybe the day before, in one of the other meetings, was the pathways through the region, both to the west coast and from Canterbury down to Southland through that area, and Maori Point Road actually links to, as far as we can ascertain, because there's a number of different references to it, to a group that were gold mining in the area in the sort of mid 1800s. But the fact that on Maori Point, near Maori Point Road, you used to be able to walk across. The river was sort of wide enough at one point that you could walk across it.
Nice. Right.
We'll try that now.
Well, you do need to pick your point. You'd be surprised. You'd get it a little damp, but you will get there.
Reasonably swift flowing then.
I don't have any other questions. Just really want to close by thanking you all for obviously a great deal of thought and effort that's gone into your presentation to us, and thank you all very much for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Kia ora. Ka kite anō.
So that concludes the. Thank you.